Hey, yo.
Yep.
What's good, baby?
Happy Friday to all, especially Raiders fans. You guys need a hug. You need a hug.
They need a coach.
They need a lot. What movie was that? Damn, I think I said this before. Where you guys excuse the language, but where the guy goes, I don't know. It just happened. And he goes, well, some things just shouldn't fucking happen.
What was that?
I can't remember the movie, but that's how Raider fans are today.
Oh.
Sometimes, those things happen. Well, some things just shouldn't fucking happen.
I don't even know what that is, but it's funny.
It's one of these black movies. Man, which one is it? He said, I don't know. It just happened. He goes, and some things just shouldn't fucking happen.
Oh, let's go, Mark. Let's go, Mark. Happy birthday,
Hey.
bro.
Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Happy
Let's
birthday,
get that.
man.
Let's get that dub for you tonight. Happy Friday, my guy. Appreciate you.
Yes, TCG.
Justin, what's happening, TCG?
No, it wasn't that.
I don't think so.
It was like a soul food type movie. It was like one of those.
So Why Did I Get Married? What was that movie called? Is that what it was called?
Why Did I Get Married?
That's it.
Yeah.
What's up, Rob Dub? She Witty.
That's gonna bother me.
Sean, what's happening, baby? Warren, what's good? Johnny G, Dr. David, Brother Malcolm. Oh man, hang in there, bro. Hang in there, Brother Malcolm. Will Z, my guy. Will Z will be with us here in a couple minutes. Mrs. Mac 10, what's good? G Chill, we see y'all. Hey, okay, there he is. What's up, Ramsey?
Ramsey.
I always got to make sure Ramsey's here. Ooh. Thank you so much for being here, and a very happy Friday to you. We appreciate you for tuning in on ESPN 1320 on 98.5 FM HD2. We appreciate those that are watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we want to start today's show by sending our thoughts and prayers and condolences to Raider Nation. Not the team, the hell with the team, but to Raider fans out there. We're here for you.
Sideline Sarah. Sorry.
I texted her last night. She's not well.
See, so
she's not good.
So so you're that guy where something bad goes on for somebody's team and you text them and you say, hey, it's gonna be okay.
No. I was texting her. We were texting during the game when Josh Jacobs was cutting up. I text her because that's been our thing for like 3 years. Good things happen when you give the ball to Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
And it sure looked like good things were happening for the Raiders when they were giving the ball to Josh Jacobs. Yeah. I sent that text. Jacobs picks up a first down. You know what happens before she even has the opportunity to reply? Derek Carr throws an interception into the end zone.
Oof.
So instead of responding to my remark about Josh Jacobs, she fires off a separate message to me about Derek Carr.
Okay.
And at that point, I was like, I really don't know what to say about this dude. Yeah. But for the sake of our discussions on television and on the radio, I will stop defending him. And then she texted after the Baker play. After Baker's run at the end.
That's fine. That's fine.
So
and there's nothing wrong with doing. I just know because there's people in my life who do that to me.
I don't do that.
And
I don't do that.
Y'all just don't be known, man. I wasn't to just let off.
No,
they mean well too. They're like, oh man, that's a crazy loss. And I'm like,
Do you think I needed this text?
That's yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember.
You don't want to know what I really got to say. I'm going to just say, yeah.
2 words, though. 7 letters. I'll let y'all figure that out. Don't text me in that moment. Don't text me in that moment. But no, like we were texting when things were good. We were texting because what we have screamed for them to do was working. And I couldn't believe with the stage set. You look at, man, it's a 1-score game, and they couldn't pick up a first down. Now, I say this, all good things happen when you give Josh Jacobs the ball, and he's got a job to do at the end. But I think it's significantly more difficult to do his job when everyone on the planet knows, well, this is what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. They're not even going to, like, it's classic playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And they played that last possession where they needed a first down not to lose instead of to win the game. And God, a house party, my godson calls them Baker Bros. I don't think I'm a Baker bro, but I'm a Baker guy. And I can't lie, I popped. And I was like, not a Rams fan, not a Raider fan. I popped for the comeback. I was like, all right, Baker, 1.5 day in a Rams uniform, and you took them down for the win. All right.
I'm not a Baker bro. No, I didn't pop.
No, you didn't.
Well, I did pop for another reason. I can't lie. I was chuckling. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was chuckling. I popped for that.
I think even Raider fans were laughing. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Again, because it was again. Again,
bro. I walked away from the game. I was, doing some stuff at the desk. We had the in-laws were in the house. I was doing some work because now I need to do work in the evening because my middle of the night needs to be open because I'm not going to get anything done in the middle of the night. So doing some work, had the game on, 16-3, fourth quarter. It's like, man, this was a wrap. I went down, got me some Chinese food, was eating or whatever. I come back up and I see Sean McVay double-fisted doing this. I said, no, hell no. Mm-hmm. And then Baker's head button, people with helmets on and stuff like that. I said, bro, they really lost this thing. When I left, it was like 16-3 with like 6 minutes to go. I said, wow. But I say I'm not a Baker bro. But I like to think of the positive in most people. And I like to think Baker, kind of grew up a little bit, over these last few years and kind of got humbled a little bit. And, for him to have a moment like that was cool to see. Wouldn't say I popped, but it was cool to see. I'm not a total jerk. I can understand the human element of that moment.
Yeah, I don't really know why I like Baker, to be honest with you, because I didn't like him in college at all. I think I like the idea of him in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's the commercials. The commercials might have won me over.
The commercials are fantastic. I love those. Those are some of my favorite commercials of all time. That and the new one, the Sprite one, where you go, joy to the world. Get him up.
Oh, I think I missed that. No. That's a Baker Sprite commercial?
No, it's not Baker. Oh. It's just a Sprite commercial. Oh. And they're doing like a school play type thing. And they go, joy to the world.
Oh, I've seen that. Okay. I was like, wait, I missed that. And I guess the shop was on last night. Did you see that?
Oh, no, it was on.
I guess, like, I saw that because I saw something this morning about LeBron talking about Jerry Jones on the Thursday night shop. I was like, wait, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I would have watched the shop.
Yeah, I got so agitated with the stupid TV thing. I just put it on my iPad. I found that more easier to digest.
Okay. Yeah. And you can still, maneuver on the TV.
I feel imprisoned. Yeah. On that stupid TV, that stupid app.
You are imprisoned.
Well, have you ever gone to Amazon Prime during a game? Have you ever gone to Amazon, the website?
No.
Oh yeah, you could buy your toilet paper while watching the game. Like, that's how it happens. Like, you go to Amazon just like you were going to order whatever you order, and it's just right there in the corner. I was like, this fool. Boy, they got us. Boy.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's no egg on my face. I mean what I said, what I tweeted out yesterday. I mean, there is no worse product in all of sports than Thursday night football. And it has nothing to do with the teams really. It's not, it's not anybody's fault, not the player's fault or anything. It's just and it's not even Amazon. This has been going on since they've been doing Thursday Night Football.
It's almost as
the
if
worst
they shouldn't
product.
be doing it.
Facts. It's the worst product in sports.
But everyone knew that. And everyone, I don't mean you, me, everyone, people listening. I mean, Amazon knew that. Apple knew that. Twitter knew that. Whoever else was in on this bidding, they all knew that, and still drove the price up to billions of dollars to air on the app that you order paper towels from.
I wonder if they're getting a return on their investment this year. I wonder if it's working. Because it is a little different than just turning the channel. Like I'm sure there are people like us who like, bro, no, I'm not going into the app.
And the other, you don't have to have Amazon Prime to watch this.
I don't think so. Originally, I thought
Like
you did, but I don't think so.
I'm guessing you probably just need an Amazon account, and that might be good enough for them.
Yeah,
they might be. No, go ahead, register.
Yeah, they got you.
All we need is that email address.
Got you.
All we need is that IP address.
Ha! Got him.
Yo, the Raiders have had some embarrassing losses this year.
My goodness.
They've had 4 games where they were up double digits at halftime that they lost.
Which one's the worst, in your opinion?
I'm going to take Kansas City out because it's Kansas City.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yet I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, so I'm trying to think about some of the Cardinals was 20. I think Cardinals was
Cardinals was 20. I'm gonna give you the 4 because I saw this earlier. I'm gonna give you the 4. That or bad, and it's not the Chiefs.
They weren't. Oh, the Chiefs. They weren't up 7. They weren't up on the Chiefs.
Well, no, they were, but that's not part of this 4.
Oh, okay.
The worst loss this season for the Raiders. Chatty House, you get in there. Jacksonville's not on there either, Collins. It's crazy.
So lots to choose from, apparently.
I know.
Jesus.
Arizona 20-point lead.
Okay.
Shutout by Dennis Allen and the Saints, where you didn't cross midfield till middle of the 4th or something.
Wow.
After winning some games, so you have momentum, feeling good about yourselves.
Wow.
The list right here. This is by Raiders Beat, by the way, on Twitter.
Okay. Colts
losing to a high school coach. And the Rams without healthy players.
I think it would have been funny if you said losing to Mike Greenberg's sidekick. What was the other one?
The Rams game.
Oh.
I think it's the Rams.
I think it's the Rams too. I remember the Arizona one was pretty bad.
Oh my God.
The Arizona one was pretty bad. Getting shut out is tough. You've got Devontae Adams on your squad. You got Josh Jacobs on your squad. You got shut out. You couldn't score anything.
The man did a fake punt with the guy that had the flu. From 5 yards away.
Then you went against a quarterback who was studying. Baker didn't start the game. And still threw for 200 something yards. Didn't make a mistake. And wound up with a 98-yard touchdown after he got sacked on the first play of the final drive.
Dudes was out here doing the gritty and doing the Punter was doing the slide.
I don't think it's prisoner of the moment, but it feels like it's that Rams one.
That's all.
The Cardinals one was tie for 1. They're all tied at 1. Those are all bad. Those are all horrendous losses.
Man,
this is embarrassing, man.
The Colts game
just
is up
embarrassing.
There too. That was crazy.
That was Jeff Saturday's first game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Because he had
set.
tweeted about them the week. Man, wow. All right.
Feel bad for my Raider fans out there, man.
All we care about is the fans.
Then they was fighting each other on the way out.
Oh, that's on brand. That's on brand.
Them and Dodger fans.
Yeah, that's on brand. But let's regroup, man. Raider fans, hey, it's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do. Grab a little drink, hang out. Go get that Light the Beam that Matt Barnes was messaging about the other day, and hang out, man. We've got you covered for the next 4 hours. It's game day. We've got Kings and Cavs tonight in Cleveland. We'll talk to Will Z. He'll preview the game by the numbers when we return here Sacramento sports leaders.
Oh,
You
wait.
don't
I do want to give it to you.
started.
Will Z's coming. I've got the biggest epiphany I've ever had in my life.
I saw that. Now, if you ever wonder why I want you to just put notes into the rundown about what you're thinking, that's why. It's for moments like this. I saw that note at 9:30.
Well, this doesn't always happen.
But I couldn't wait when I read, and I'm going to read it to you verbatim. I had the greatest epiphany I've ever had last night. Can't believe I'm going to say this.
And I believe it.
I can't wait.
I believe it.
Will,
This is crazy.
Epiphanies and Will Z next here on ESPN 1320.
Which I'd imagine that commercial. I don't know why. It's really simple, but it really does crack me up. Joy to the world. Joy, 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 joy. Hey, what you doing? Oh, you need another person? Oh no, we got enough. Joy, 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 joy.
Are you gonna pay off this tease like for real?
Yes. This is not. This is.
We've been had before.
No, this has been in there since 9:30.
Nah,
this was not an 11:59 thing.
This
like,
ain't even a work.
Is big.
This ain't even a work. I'm really
believing
this.
I swear, if you hornswoggles the Raw GM again, man.
Oh man, it better not be the hornswoggle. What's up, Will?
What's up, guys?
How you doing,
Will
man?
Z, what's up, big dog?
I'm so excited for this epiphany. I'm so intrigued.
You want to do the epiphany before Will Z or after?
Yeah, we could do it before because I want to hear what Will Z got to say.
All right.
I love it.
I want to hear what Will Z got to say. This is
exciting.
I was sitting there like, damn.
I was actually thinking the other day, it's been a while since we've had a Kenny epiphany. So
it don't happen all the time. I don't bask.
We're due.
But I was sitting there like, damn, for real? Nah, for real.
I'm just trying to think of what it could be.
I had an epiphany last night as soon as I saw Jason Garrett's tweet.
Oh.
Someone told you wasn't getting this job and you tweeted that shit, huh?
Yeah, that's all it was.
We'll talk about it. We'll
Stanford,
talk about it.
Stanford's a stand-up program because I'm sure that's what Jason asked him. Like, look, let me know so I can do what I got to do.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll get there. Right on, CJ. It's just a Nike joint, man. That's all it is. It's just a Nike joint. Matching sweats. Hashtag cozy fam today.
Man, I'm really like upset. I can't find. I can't figure out where that movie is. That line is. I'm really trying to think about it. And I don't watch a lot of movies, so I should be able to find this out. Did you see they're coming out with another Best Man?
No.
Yeah.
A movie or the show?
The movie.
No, man. No.
Yeah.
I'm fine. It can't be worse than the last one.
It looks like
the last one was terrible because of the plot.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to go killing people off.
Yeah, I don't think they're going there.
Well, I'd hope not. Damn.
But yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it. They all got to get paid, I guess.
Do you see they're doing Rush Hour 4?
I did.
No.
Yeah.
They've been talking about that. Like,
about time.
We got to stop this. Like, I know Cube's still trying to do Last Friday.
Oh no, we got to
stop
that.
Let's stop this.
Somebody it was House Party. And those guys were like 30 years old. What were they doing? LeBron, come on, bro. Come on.
Throwing a party at LeBron's house. Yeah, I noticed that too, Shadow Man. I like that. That's a nice hoodie you got on, Will Z.
Yeah, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I got it at Fan Fest. It was $15. It's like they were just clearing out space or something. So it's an extra large, so it's super comfortable. And it's just clean.
It makes me want to get that D'Lo and KC logo that we have in all white and put it on a black hoodie like that. That's dope.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. Did you see the Kings sell merch for that corresponds with each episode of the run?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, they sell they have a shirt it's like all black with black lettering, I know it sounds weird, but you can see it. And it says All In. And they were like,
oh, sure.
in correspondence of this new episode of The Run. This is the shirt.
I'm
that's
glad
on
they're
sale.
keeping
The
those
Kings
going because I just
Yeah.
assumed they weren't. So I'm glad that they are.
They whatchamacallit did one. I think they do it for every team, to be honest with you. The NBA app, which is phenomenal. They did one on the Kings, a little 5-minute joint following Sabonis from his house to when the TNT game happened.
Okay.
But they have
Hope
that
they
for
stuck
like
around for the ass whooping.
everybody. I'm surprised Terrence Davis didn't hurt it. That's when he got back spasms. Beating the hell out of the Nets. That's when Fox got hurt. Kicking their ass. That's why he hurt his foot.
Fox got hurt in Orlando. Kamara was like, he's going to pull up, hit this jumper, but he's going to hurt his foot.
La Kamara.
I found some. That's cool. I still have the original XFL football somewhere. Yeah, I think it's in my office in a box.
Oh damn! Hey.
That's cold. That's cold. I believe it's purple, Brian.
We'll talk about it later. But if Baker don't need it, then he don't need it. If Baker don't need the football, then damn it, he don't.
We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it.
These fools didn't even have Aaron Donald or Cooper Kupp.
LeBron is back. AD is probable. I'd like to see AD against Philly tonight. Yeah. Odyssey app, ESPN 1320, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. If you can't stay with us for the entire 4 hours, well, of course, we understand that. YouTube is a great way to catch up on the show, as is the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from. We welcome in the ESPN 1320 statistician, our man Will Z, hard at work at all times, bringing us some of the best King stats. You might as well work. I mean, you need to be getting paid by ESPN 1320, NBC Sports California, the Sacramento Kings. They're all featuring your stats. But we want to talk about this game tonight in the Kings and Cavs round 2. But we're all kind of sitting on the edge of our seat right now. Even Will Z was like, whoa. Don't do the epiphany when I'm gone. I need to hear about this epiphany now. And at some point this morning, I checked the show. What are we going to do today? Everything's laid out. You know, we got the all-star lineup coming. We got Will Z, Trysta, Kyle, James, close out the week strong. But then I see this note. I had the greatest epiphany I've ever had last night. Can't believe I'm going to say this. I didn't write that.
That was me. And I want everybody to know this isn't a work. Matter of fact, I don't do any works. Like, that's not me. You guys get me all the time. Ain't no work, man.
No, just sometimes you say things and we think it's a work.
Yeah, ain't no work, man. I say what I say. You know what I mean?
Right.
I stand on what I say at all times. So it's never a work, but this really isn't a work.
Okay.
It's crazy, bro. I was thinking last night, and I was listening to some conversations, and I'll even divulge a little bit more. I was listening to Bill Simmons, right? And this really don't have anything to do with Bill Simmons, but that's what I was listening to. And they were talking about the NBA and specifically the Western Conference. They had a little conversation going on, and I said, bruh, the Kings can make the NBA Finals this year. No lie. I'm not BSing you.
Okay.
Think about what I just said. And then think about, like, your first thought. I know, stop. Think about it. The Kings really could make the NBA Finals this year. We've seen these teams for about 30 games or so, 25 to 30 games. If they were in the Eastern Conference, Nah, they can't. They can't beat Milwaukee.
Mhm.
They can't beat Boston in the series. They just can't. But they're in the Western Conference. And think about the Western Conference. And tell me that it's inconceivable that this Kings team that we've seen so far this year, there's just a team in the Western Conference that there's no way they can beat them in 7 games. I don't think that team exists. It's crazy. I know it's crazy.
Was Matt Barnes at the house last night?
Matt Barnes is not at the house.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay,
I can't believe I'm saying it, but think about it.
Okay. That's bold, but the premise of what you're saying, I guess it's not wrong. Because it's like, we haven't even seen them play the Pelicans yet.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's a bold thing to say.
It is. And
for a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 16 years.
That's what's crazy.
Like, hey, this could be the year they make the playoffs. Could be the year they make the finals.
That's what's crazy.
But I get what you're saying.
I mean, it's not wild. The Kings have the 4th best net rating in the West. So it's
and
there's no dominant team in the Western Conference.
That's the whole thing. Yeah. I preference it by saying if they were in the Eastern Conference, there's no way I would think
can't get
way.
past Boston, might not even get past Philadelphia.
Might not even be able to beat Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? If they were in the Eastern Conference, I would not think this way. But I've seen all these teams play in the Western Conference. You know, I've seen where they're at. I've maybe somebody could like get hot, like the 2 teams. There's really 3 teams that come to mind. Maybe New Orleans takes off.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Memphis takes off. Maybe Denver takes off.
I was going to ask you about Denver.
Those are the 3 teams. I don't think Phoenix is going to run and hide from nobody. I don't think that's the team. I don't think the Warriors are the team. I don't think the Clippers are the team just because those guys don't play enough. And you know, I like the Clippers.
But I got you. So okay, I'll say it like this: at this moment, sure.
That's all I'm saying, man.
Sure.
I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking.
I think it could feel different though in March.
It could absolutely.
If Kawhi and Paul George are playing on a night-to-night basis, and our original thought of how good the Clippers are comes to fruition. I think Phoenix is who they are. I think things can only get worse for Phoenix. I don't know that things can necessarily get better for them. And I'm not suggesting that Phoenix is bad. They're far from it. But what I mean is, like, they're good, and this is what they are. I don't think they're going to, oh, my God, Phoenix just hit another level. I do wonder if the Pelicans hit another level.
I think that's one of the teams.
And I do wonder, and I think you already said this, so I'm repeating you, if Memphis can hit another level. Golden State, I'll have to believe Golden State's gone when they're gone. You know what I mean? Like Golden State, I can comfortably put in the Clippers category, in that later in the season they might look very different than they do here today.
For sure.
That was an epiphany. Yeah.
Like I said, it just and once again, this isn't a prediction. This isn't a spoiler. It's not either one of those. I'm just sitting there thinking, and I'm looking at the Western Conference, and I don't see a team right now the way I look at Boston, Milwaukee, and I can even throw Cleveland in there. I don't see a team in the Western Conference like that.
And for those just tuning in, Matt Barnes was not with you last night at the house.
Matt Barnes, I don't even partake.
All right. All right. Well, I get Kenny's half of Light the Beam then. Let's bring in Will T officially here. Will, thanks for joining us. Cavs again tonight, man. Kings and Cavs. 200. Oh, what was the score? Was it 247 points scored this first time around? Kings put up 127 on Cleveland. What do we know about their defense since then?
Yeah, pretty much every time. It happened last time I looked at the Cavs too. Every time I dig into their numbers, they're so much better than I thought they were. So they have the top ranked defense. So if Kings are coming off a game against the Bucks, who had the second best defense, and surprise, here's the number 1. So how's that for a 2-game stretch? But they just do pretty much everything well, and they don't really have any cracks in their armor. So opponents shoot 45.4% from the field, which is 4th lowest in the NBA. 34.5 from deep, which is 10th lowest. The Cavs are the best rebounding team. They allow the fewest at 40, which has been a problem for the Kings. And then they only give up 46 points in the paint, which is a strength area for the Kings. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of go up against that. I don't know, kryptonite-esque stat there, I guess.
Well, one of the things that I think about, I'm trying to pull this up as we speak. Probably should have done this before, but it just kind of came to my mind. Is that's the Cavs? You laid it out perfectly. They're one of the top defensive teams in the game. But one of the things that I always think about when I think Sacramento Kings basketball is the 3-point shot, and we know the size that the Cavs have that kind of make it hard to score inside and help them be this dominant team on the defensive end. But the strength for the Kings, in my opinion, is the way they shoot the 3-ball. How is Cleveland in defending the 3-point shot?
So they're okay at it, but it is, when you look at their wins and losses, it kind of stands out as their weakness. So Cleveland, they've lost 9 games on the year. In 8 of those games, their opponents have shot over 40% from beyond the arc. So you see the trend when opponents shoot really well, it's kind of the only chance of beating them. The only outlier was the one weird game against the Knicks where both teams shot like 30 in the 30s from the field and the teens and 20s from 3. So that's the outlier. But and we saw it with the Kings last time. The Kings made 17 threes on 43.6% shooting in the first matchup. That's an amazing game, and they won by 7 points. Like, it takes a near perfect game, especially for the Kings roster and talent, a near perfect game to beat the Cavs.
There was 17 to 39. They were 52% from the field, 43% from 3. They were 30 of 35 from the foul line. It's good for 85.7%. That's not the number, though. The number is
35.
The Cavs were 17 of 20. They shot significantly more free throws, and we'll go over some of the numbers from the first game. We'll see talking about rebounding. The Kings got like doubled up on the boards in the first game. and managed to walk away with that 7-point win there. But this is I think it's two slightly different teams here. They've played a little bit more together. We forget also, Cleveland is adjusting, similar to the way Sacramento has been adjusting. Cleveland's been adjusting with having Donovan Mitchell out there. I know, there's a lot of concern about De'Aaron Fox, him being questionable tonight. Donovan Mitchell is also questionable. And I think we'll see Kevin Love has been ruled out for tonight's game. Is it big impact there with Kevin Love out?
Yeah, kind of sneaky big. So Kevin Love, he's just such a good, at this point in his career, I think one of the best bench players in the league, because he can do pretty much everything. He's averaging 10 points and 7 rebounds, and shooting well from pretty much everywhere on the floor. So him being out is a huge advantage for the Kings, especially with his rebounding abilities. I think it was the fourth quarter of last game, I thought for sure that Kevin Love was going to get the Cavs the lead back last time they played. So it might not seem big, but I think that's a big one.
Yeah, he was killing. He was a problem out there. Karis LeVert was also a problem for them. I forgive me if I missed you just saying it, but I think it's really big if Donovan Mitchell is available or not in this game. Obviously, he's a great ball player, but
That's a fire take.
right. But he was unguardable for a lot of that game. Unguardable. And it took Fox and Davion, they stepped up their game and played some good defense late in that game to kind of slow him down a little bit. But that's once again, fire take. That's a big part of this game tonight if Donovan can go or not, because
it's a big story if Davion can't go too. We got a problem.
Right. But if he can't go, I thought, and Garland's in a different place in this season right now than he was in that game. But that was a lot of their offense between Love, LeVert, and Donovan Mitchell. That was a lot of the reasons why they were able to come back because the Kings were up, I don't want to say big, but double digits in that game. And Cleveland closed it out with those two going off. So it's going to be interesting to see what Donovan's going to be able to do.
Yeah, they were up 15.
Yeah, if he plays.
Yeah, it looks like Levert. So in the last game, Levert had 21, Donovan had 38, and Love had 9. So that's 40 between Mitchell and Love, 47 points. But yeah, I mean, Mitchell's coming off a 43-point game against the Lakers where he shot 63, 50, and 100% splits. So, oof.
Domas had 21. He was one of like 7 double-digit scorers in the last game. He's obviously been incredible. He legitimately flirts with a triple-double every time he steps on the floor. What are the numbers showing about Domas recently?
It's just, I mean, the main thing that stands out is his three-point shooting. He's up to 39.3% on the season, which has just been steadily climbing. A lot of that's because in the last 12 games, he shot 62.5% from 3, which is just bananas. Like 62 from a center. But he's not doing it on very high volume. He's only taking 1.3 a game. So just bump that up to 2, 3. He can pretty much get a wide open 3 anytime he wants. Where'd it go? So many tabs. 23 of his 28 threes have been wide open this year. So
Wow.
teams aren't really guarding him out there at all.
Yeah.
For more numbers on this game tonight, head over to ESPN1320.net. Only the cool kids use .net, and
that's next level.
Yeah,
that's next level. They don't know about that.
Yeah, ESPN1320.net. Will Z previews these games every single game. So go check that out. Will, we appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
See. Take care, big dog.
So, man, Will Z right there. It certainly will be getting back to work any second. Hey, Will, what's the number of open threes in the corner that Domas is taking when it's 70 degrees outside?
That's what we need. That's one of the things we need to know. Even though it's not going to get to 70 degrees.
I was going to say, where the hell is it 70 degrees at? Like, probably nowhere.
Definitely not in Cleveland.
Definitely not in Cleveland.
You ever been to Cleveland?
I drove. Have I? No, I drove through Akron once on my way across the country.
Just a kid from Akron.
It was freaking. It was cold. Yeah, it was like I had to get gas. Like it was pissed off cold. Like what the hell? I'm just trying to get gas here. Get me the hell out of here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. As you say that, the coldest. I've been into New York City in January. It was pretty cold. When the wind started blowing in Manhattan, that was not okay.
Good. Yeah, no, I've been in 1 degree, like,
Oh,
and I think I think that's what it was. I think it was 2 degrees in Cleveland.
No.
But like, it's one thing, like you're at the house, it's like, oh, it's 1 degree outside. I ain't going outside. It's another thing when you're trying to get gas and you're driving through this, like, oh, this is miserable.
Yeah, no, I ain't never done
This is
that.
terrible. I ain't letting the dogs out to pee here. They'll freeze to death.
Yeah,
it's awful.
He would freeze.
No good. No good. Yeah, I'm not built for the cold weather. Like what we got like right now, this works.
Yeah.
I'm good with this.
I may or may not. I got to talk to Rich too. I may or may not be braving the elements tonight, going out to the Hornet Stadium. It's gonna be cold.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely gonna be cold. But thankfully, like if the rain's coming tomorrow, it won't be as cold.
True.
Like you can normally, like even this morning, I noticed it wasn't like 30. There was no frost on the grass this morning when we were walking. So it's like, oh, okay, it's cloudy. The rain's coming.
You know what I did when it's funny you say this, and it reminds me of.
Thank you for tuning in to Doppler Radar, ESPN 1320.
Shout out to Christina Warner.
Always.
I saw a video on Twitter the other day about a guy pouring hot water on his car window and it cracking or breaking. I used to do that every morning to my mom's car. I had no idea. I almost ruined everything.
Yeah.
I used to do that all the time. I think it was my car too when I was like 7 or 18 years old.
At least you weren't scraping snow off of it. That was the worst.
Damn.
Just the absolute worst.
Couldn't do it, man. Couldn't do it.
I have pictures of like snowstorms where the car is just buried. Just and it's one thing for a while, like in Connecticut, we lived in an apartment. So that's like one thing because the city comes and handles all that for you.
Yeah.
When you live in a house, your ass
all
better
on
figure
you.
it out.
What what do these? I mean, what these jobs expect you to come to work?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you expect me to come to work with all this snow everywhere?
Hey, I got TV at 4. Might want to go take care of that driveway, player. All right. I'm gonna go take care of that driveway. Yeah, no good. Just miserable. That's why I had to get out. Miserable there. If you're just tuning in, we learned today that the Sacramento Kings could make the NBA Finals.
Telling you.
Sacramento Kings could make the Kenny Caraway's latest epiphany. The Sacramento Kings could make the NBA Finals. 20 some odd games into the season, the Western Conference is that wide open.
Legit could make it.
The Sacramento Kings could be on their way to their first finals appearance in franchise history. That's how you end a playoff drought.
That is how you end the playoff drought right there. But, like I said, like right now, and when we get to the 50-game mark, we can reevaluate this and maybe like, I don't feel the same way. Like, such and such team is like, they look locked in right now. I don't know if the Kings got that, but we're 20, almost 30 games into this thing. And first of all, the Kings are like 2 games out of the 1 spot. And the team that's 11th is probably like 3.5 games out of the 1 spot. So, there's not a team that is stood out as of yet that makes me think, this is too much. We're watching the game last night. I mean, you look at Denver is a perfect example. They lost a terrible game at home to the Mavericks on Tuesday.
Mhm.
Mavericks team that struggled and haven't looked very good for much of the season. But now Dallas is actually starting to play better. And, who's the real Dallas team? Denver loses to them. And then they come back and win this heart stopper last night against the Trailblazers. What a fantastic finish that was.
There were. I think we had Dame and then Jamal Murray in the span of like seconds.
Yeah,
hitting game winners.
We had, I forgot who it was. I think it was.
And then
Aaron
Baker
Gordon.
hitting a game winner.
Crazy.
Dame, Jamal, and Baker owning Thursday night, baby.
That was crazy.
How many there were 3 games last night, right?
Yeah.
2 of them were buzzer beaters. The Jamal and Dame.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what the third game was. And then you had Baker in the NFL.
What other basketball game was a buzzer beater?
Wasn't Dame?
Dame was a buzzer beater-ish. Jamal Murray, actually.
Jamal Murray was a legitimate.
He hit it with 1.9.
Yeah.
But so was that one, and then you're counting Baker as a buzzer beater.
Oh, yeah, Baker's a buzzer beater.
10 seconds. And then what was the other one?
I don't remember.
Because the Spurs and Rockets. Spurs actually won a game. I meant to see, is that the first game they've won since November 18th? I forgot to look at that till just now. But they played, and then the Heat and the
That
Clippers.
is a wild sentence you just said. Is that the first game they've won? Yeah.
How many games have they lost in a row?
Yeah.
Had they lost in a row?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in a row. 12 in a row. And 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 of their last 18 prior to last. So things are trending up.
Well, at least we all got that right in the NBA. We all thought the Spurs would be terrible. And then when they were 6
took a while.
2, we were like, what the hell's going on? And then they came back down there.
It took a while.
But they had that game. I was trying to watch the Clippers and the Heat on NBA TV last night. And I turned at the NBA TV. And these fools were like, yeah, this game is blacked out in your region. I said, what? The hell? When did Sacramento become Clipper territory? So I had to go on the
I
app and
missed
watch
that.
it. Yeah. Couldn't watch it on NBA TV, like the channel.
Good for San Antonio. Well, at least Dame and Jamal gave us something to watch.
Yeah,
that's good stuff. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll look back a little bit more at the first matchup between the Kings and the Cavs, because you're going to need to see a lot of those same things. Eric, we see you on hold. We'll get to you. You want to get on these phone lines, man? They're open for you at 916-909-1320. I just saw Trysta's tweet.
Yo, Trysta, wow. Trysta.
It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day. And I saw Jason Garrett's tweet, too. Not nearly as fun as Trysta's, but it is newsworthy. So we'll talk about that. As D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
No.
Damn,
okay,
Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Eric was like, no, right now. right now.
Did you see
I kept calling it a buzzer beater. Sorry, I meant Dame hit the go-ahead.
Oh.
Jamal came back.
It's close to
Took
a
it
buzzer
away.
beater. Did you see the footage of Coach Prime at the Colorado game last night?
I didn't.
Yeah, it went crazy. He was there,
Yeah, of
in the
course.
stands, and then I guess they put him on the jumbotron, and they went crazy.
Bro. Trysta is wild.
She a trip, man. She a trip. She a trip.
Oh, man. I gotta save this GIF somehow. This GIF is getting some run. I know there's a way I can save this tweet. Isn't there like a bookmark or something?
Yeah, you could definitely do a bookmark.
There it is, bookmark.
That's for sure.
She is wild for that. It's probably Danny's greatest idea ever.
It's a great call by Danny. You know, we got to talk to our guy Q soon, man. Shout out to Q. He's not.
It doesn't look like it. Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't. It doesn't look like it. Hey, Q. Yeah, that looks right. So we get him on whatever then. I mean, we got Wizards Kings coming up in a week or 2 weeks.
The Commanders come to town
Commander
in
football
about
team.
2 weeks or so. Yeah, Dr. David, that does trip me out. You know, they're like 10 years apart. They're a boy and a girl, and Ryan looks just like Reese when he was a baby. Just like him. It's crazy.
Did you see who else dropped the album today?
I didn't know until the internet alerted me. How did
I
this
was like,
happen?
that's what I was like. Well, good for Apple. I'm like, because I look for the new music every Thursday night or Friday morning without fail. Didn't see it. I was like, good for Apple for not putting this. Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
Okay.
Did
okay. From the Hollywood Reporter, new R. Kelly album removed from Apple Music and Spotify. Unbelievable.
Yeah, how does that even
How
happen? How does that happen? And then
hours after its release, it was removed.
with his damn his OJ title for the album.
I admit it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, no, if it was OJ, it would be If I Admit It.
OJS.
I don't want to say no names here, but
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
oh, who are you talking about, Mitch?
Mitch should have just spelled the rest of his name out after that.
Who gets Britt's first interview?
ABC. Good Morning
Robin.
America.
Robin.
GMA.
Yeah, it's Robin. I
Not
think
those
Robin
other
will
two
get it.
clowns. It'll be Robin.
It-
It'll be Robin.
I just asked Kenny like right before the commercial ended, who gets Brittany's first interview? Yeah, I think it's Robin.
Yeah.
Robin gets it.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, damn, I meant to say this like coming back. I did.
I wonder if anybody listened to that album, by the way.
I didn't. I can tell you
I didn't
that.
either.
I did not.
There was an album that hit
I
Apple
did
Music
not.
this morning that's been removed from Apple Music this afternoon.
I said, bro, no, man, I can't do it. I'm at Hall & Oates. I can't go for that. I ain't
No,
doing that.
no can do.
But literally, no pun intended. I meant to ask you this on the way back, and then you asked about Brittany Griner. But this morning, you know what was on in my house randomly because BET was on all night, so it just happened to be on, was Life. Are you a big Life fan?
Eddie
The
and
movie,
Martin?
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Like-
that's very good.
Like, because I was telling Jazz, I was like, there's people who believe these are like their respective careers. It's like a top 3 movie in their careers. Like people look at Life.
Life
like
is
that.
very, very good.
It is. It's
Yeah,
a great
it's very
movie.
good.
It's a great. But you know, every time I watch it, and I was doing other stuff, so I couldn't really lock into it. So I've only seen it like 3 or 4 times. But it's man, it's hella sad.
It is
Like
sad.
it's a sad movie. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be. It is. There's comedic
it's 2 brothers
moments
serving
in there.
time in life in jail for a crime they didn't commit.
Right.
Yeah, you have to forgive some people for not finding that funny.
Yeah, and they can't get out.
Yeah.
And it's a sad movie.
But in its sadness, it's very funny.
Very
And
funny moments.
there's so many. I think for Martin, it might be Martin's funniest movie. It's probably with Eddie. It's probably, I mean,
But it depends on how you feel about Bad Boys.
nah, like Bad Boys is no. Like I
thought
wouldn't
that
say
you about to say something.
no. I don't think Bad
Nationals.
Boys is like. I think Bad Boys is a good movie.
Uh-huh.
I don't think like it's
Comedy.
funny. I mean, it is like it has comedic moments,
Yeah.
but
Life
what do
probably
you
is
qualify that
funny
as?
as
Like an
movie.
action comedy?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So
Life
I
probably is the.
I think that's
the
probably
funniest.
Martin's funniest
I
movie.
mean, Blue Streak is funny. Like Blue
The
Streak
Diamond,
is pretty funny.
sure,
Yeah.
but
Um,
I don't think it's funnier than Life. When he runs across the gun line to get the pie, and has to stand on the bottles, like that's funny.
yeah. Now, Life is probably Martin's funniest movie. I'm trying to think. I mean, it wasn't his movie, so and he was a supporting character. I thought he was funny in House Parties.
Oh, sure. Blah, whatever your name is, what you want. Yeah, that's it. But I'm trying to figure out where Life fits for Eddie.
Eddie is just
Because it's like it's like Coming to America,
I think Life
Beverly
is-
Hills Cop. But I mean, Boomerang's not a. I mean,
Boomerang
Boomerang's
comedy.
funny. That's a
Boomerang-
romantic comedy.
Yeah, it's a
I guess.
rom-com. It's a black version of a rom-com. That
Well, the romantic part of that is a little bit different. it's a little bit different.
I think this may be an unpopular opinion.
I know that's Tisha Campbell's funniest movie though. My size, my height, my weight. I don't even think I can finish that sentence.
I was watching Tisha Campbell last night when I was watching Martin. You know my thing. Tisha Campbell and Faith Evans. I love those 2 women. Always. I think Life is funnier than the Nutty Professor series.
Okay. Nutty Professor's pretty funny.
It was.
Yeah,
I
Nutty
think
Pro-
only the first
different
one,
audience
though.
a little bit.
Only the first one. The next ones weren't as funny. The first one
Well-
was pretty good.
How long into Life do we have to pretend Janet Jackson should have been on the big screen? Like like, come on, man.
I mean,
Janet was. Janet did a lot right. Acting was not one of them.
I mean, you don't like her as Justice?
Bro, stop that. Stop that. It's like my damn mama. That movie's so bad.
They still gonna blank you up.
And I love, like, after watching that like a month or whatever ago it was, I went back and like looked at the reviews of it, and it was like how I mean, it all said the same thing. The movie's not very good, but Janet Jackson and Tupac Shakur popped off the screen. No, Tupac jumps off the screen. Is it 30 years later? That's the early 90s. Like Tupac still jumps off the screen in that movie.
Yeah, it's Tupac.
Janet, no. Janet is so bad in that movie.
So out of place in that movie.
Her facial expressions.
Chicago and Keisha and Tupac, they fit. Janet, and that's probably a prisoner of the fact that Janet was who she was before that movie. But Janet don't fit in that movie. Like, what is Janet Jackson doing? South Central LA. Like, no, don't believe it. This real quick, Marcus, is an underrated one. Thin Line is a pretty, I don't know if it's funny, but Thin Line is it's a scary movie too. It's a horror movie.
That movie.
It's a horror
If you've
movie.
never seen it, then that's the Black Fatal Attraction. Like, that movie is wild.
That is a horror movie.
A thin line between love and hate. That's a good movie. Though.
Hell of a soundtrack.
Yeah.
Too.
Hey, Big B. Hey, yo, Tone Loc was good in that.
No, Tone Loc, he did his thing.
He was good in Poetic Justice.
Ain't nothing wrong with her. She just crazy as hell, if anything.
Yo, I didn't know Tone Loc was really, like, he had like a switch. He was, I think his name is Anthony. He was like, nah, man, like if you know Tone Loc, like, Anthony's the coolest dude in the world. But if you met Tone Loc, you had a problem. Like, you could approach the individual, and if you got Anthony, boy, you're in. Like, Anthony's just the greatest dude in the world. But if you, for some reason, had to encounter Tone Loc, man, you was in trouble, because that dude was real.
Yeah,
that dude was from the streets.
I told you at one point I knew all the words to Poetic Justice because we watched it so many times. And you're talking about
corny ass words.
Tone Loc, and I'm thinking about when he meets up with Tupac at the baby mama's house, and Tupac says, "Hey, don't say that or whatever," and he says, somebody said something, and Tone Loc was like, "I don't know why." They both came from the same.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even repeat. But Tone Loc was like, "Anyway, what's up, boy? How you doing, man?"
Tone Loc has such a great voice too. Like, his voice is just his voice is pristine. It's a tough hip hop voice. It's a tough rap voice, but when he talks, like, as an actor,
it's a one-on-one.
Oh man, it's amazing.
Hey, real quick, I know we want to talk Kings Cavs, but I want to.
It's like the third real quick.
No, but the thing I wanted to ask you, this is football related, because we might not get into football too, except for Niners.
I got one more football.
Oh, well.
I'm holding. I got one more. I got one more. But go ahead. I got
bring one home for the Gipper. One more time, man.
I got one more that I have to ask. But go ahead.
I saw this article today on OBJ.
Yeah.
And did you see it where OBJ was
about
like
the playoffs?
Yeah, he's like, I don't see any sense in playing in the regular season.
Yeah.
Is that gonna work?
I don't think this is the thing that I've tried to do the math in my head now for like 4 weeks. He got hurt in the Super Bowl. That's February. Is he ready to play? Like, really ready to play?
I don't know.
For a team, and like, we're talking about like a champ, like, we're talking the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if the Buffalo Bills are still in this. I really don't know what teams are left in the hunt. Apparently the San Francisco 49ers aren't. But we're talking about teams that are supposed to be playing in February. I couldn't make the math work in my head.
Well, I mean, what was this? I don't even remember. But let's just say 20 years ago. Jerry Rice tore his ACL week 1 and played week 14. Now, he cracked his kneecap on the other knee in that game, and he was out for the season. But he came back Monday Night Football against the Broncos, tore his ACL week 1 against the Bucks, and played Monday Night Football week 13, 14 against the Broncos. So, I mean, he's the only person I really know about that. I remember.
Didn't a Patriot tear their ACL?
Was it Gronk?
No. I want to say it was like Amendola, or it probably wasn't Welker. I feel like one of the page, maybe not. I was trying to figure out when they came back. But
and these are different injuries, obviously, and they're just different. But Michael Crabtree tore his Achilles in July or August and came back like week 11, 12, 13 of that same season. So I don't, but even aside from the injury, like, I think he can come back from the injury. I'm talking about football wise. Does that work? Like you just no regular season game. You ain't gonna play 2 games in the final season, games of the regular season, and just come back in the playoffs, and it's gonna be all good.
It works for Odell. I don't know that works for the Dallas Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm talking about team football wise. Like
it wouldn't work for D'Lo, the GM. I don't know that I don't know that I'd be clamoring after Odell, to be honest with you, in the first place. Right now,
I would say this, and this is basketball player, super simplistic Kenny here. Okay, say Odell does that. Say you're the Cowboys and you get Odell. He says, I'm not, no need to play in the regular season. Put me in, in the playoffs. I mean, how hard is it to tell him to go run a go route? Or say, hey, run a slant here. You're not going to play every snap probably, but you've got a, Odell play package that has, 6 routes to run.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, I know for a fact it's way more complicated than that. But it's just like, all right, Odell, you're in there. Go run a go route. Go take the top off the defense real quick.
I mean, I guess. I feel like Odell at this point is like I don't know. Maybe I guess that the thing that I keep getting hung up on is in the Super Bowl he was super productive.
Mm-hmm.
Like he might have been on his way to an MVP.
Yeah.
In that before tearing his ACL. I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know if I'm a team that I'd be working that hard to get him.
Somebody in the chat, I know Gwitty talked about it. Somebody mentioned Adrian Peterson was maybe the guy.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
He destroyed.
That's like one. Well, that he did, but that one. That's also
he
one
came
of
back
one.
That year, right? That season, or was it for the?
No, he came back for the start of the next season.
He heard it,
and that was the year. And didn't he run for 2,000? Wasn't that the year he ran for 2,000 yards?
He's a bionic man. He's crazy.
I think that's the most insane ACL comeback in ACL history. Will Z, can you look up torn ACL history and find the most amazing comeback? I think it's probably.
I'm telling you, it's either that or Jerry. Jerry's was nuts.
Yeah, but Adrian played an entire season and rushed for 2,000 yards.
Performance-wise.
Jerry got hurt.
Yeah, performance-wise. Jerry
got hurt again.
But Odell Beckham, you talked about, you're like, I mean, how much does he help? I know how you felt about Josh Gordon. Did you feel Odell could possibly be like top 5 receiver all the time when he came into the league and was doing all that? Because there was a lot of buzz that he was about to be like the next Jerry Rice after that first season.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be really good. The only guy who I ever thought could be a Jerry Rice capable player was Josh Gordon. I think Josh Gordon is one of the, if you just can go back to that time when you first saw him, he's one of the most, you talk about the bionic man, one of the most insane professional athletes, one of the most insane looking professional athletes we've ever seen. He's like LeBron at the wide receiver position. Like he's built, he's incredibly fat. I thought, I was like, if this dude stay healthy, he has everything, because he had the Calvin Johnson availability too. Yeah. Where you get the ball near him, he's going to get it. He was going to get the ball just like Calvin Johnson did.
But obviously, real talk. Just let them know where we're at real quick. And I want to ask you a real talk question.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. I want to talk Jason Garrett's tweet last night and what that means for Troy Taylor and Sac State. Got that coming up. We're going to look back at the first Kings-Cavs game and, of course, the all-star lineup to close out the show with Trysta Krick. She's tweeting. Kyle Madson will be with us, and James Ham ahead. So much more. Of course, phone lines available for you. We got Kings tickets as well. Yeah. I failed to mention that. We got Kings in Washington coming up December 23rd. We're going to send you to that in the 3 o'clock hour.
This is a little off the beaten path, but we're talking about this, and it's got my mind thinking about it. And I want to ask you, do you think we ever see somebody break Jerry Rice's records?
None. Nope.
I don't think that's talked about enough in all the sports. Like we talk about Jordan and Barry Bonds and all this and Hank Aaron, all this other stuff.
Jerry has very quietly like crept into like a Wilt Chamberlain category.
Seriously.
Where it's like you're going to have to measure with receiver records against second place.
Yeah, it's gonna be, is he better than Art Monk?
Yeah.
Like that's gonna be the question.
Well, no,
Not
really,
Jerry
I mean,
Rice.
really, it's Randy Moss, right? Like it's
Yeah.
Randy Moss and Terrell Owens. Like, is this person better than Randy Moss and Terrell Owens?
Yeah.
Or Art Monk is fine, but I look at those two as kind of next after Jerry.
His numbers survived Randy Moss, Terrell Owens,
Mhm.
and Calvin Johnson.
By a lot.
Yeah. If those guys didn't do it, I can't imagine
Well-
seeing somebody who will.
Well, in a note to that, I also think there's going to be a lot more Calvin Johnsons. Guys who are insanely productive. Calvin Johnsons, Andrew Luck's.
Mhm.
Guys who are insanely productive, make some money for 8 years. I'm out.
Mm.
I mean, Jerry was catching 100 passes at like 40. That now that might be an exaggeration, but it's a, you know what?
Might not.
Jerry was LeBron.
Mhm.
Jerry was playing football at an insanely high level, the way LeBron is doing with professional basketball right now.
Nah,
I don't think I appreciated Jerry enough,
I don't feel like
especially
I
at
did
the end.
and especially when he went to the Raiders. Like I was like, boo. Well, I was mad at the Niners for not keeping him
Did he
around.
play for the Seahawks?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and the Broncos. I think he retired with the Broncos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember
He-
that
I
at
don't
all.
know
I
if he
thought the
played a game.
Seahawks was it.
I don't know if he played a game with the Broncos. But
Well, that's like
he-
T.O. T.O. was on the Seahawks. Didn't play a game, but he was on the Seahawks.
Yeah, but Jerry is. Yeah, I people in the chat, asking the question. They're not saying he will, but they say Justin Jefferson, who is phenomenal. Jamar Chase
But just
is unbelievable.
But think about what you're asking. Like I just look at. So when you say like a Justin Jefferson, a Jamar Chase, that they have the opportunity to beat Jerry Rice's records.
They have the skills to do it and all this other stuff.
What you're saying, okay, they're going to be better than Randy Moss and Terrell Owens because Jerry's records are so far away from where Randy Moss and Terrell Owens are.
Yeah.
To think that, okay, Jamar Chase, that not only are they going to be better than that means they're way better than Randy Moss and Terrell Owens. I don't see it. I don't think Jerry's records fall.
I don't think so either.
It's what's the number? Is it 57? What's the hitting streak?
Yeah, 56.
That's not
57,
falling.
yeah.
56. That 50. That's never going anywhere.
Yeah.
Jerry's record's never going anywhere. Cal Ripken's record, it's never going anywhere. And there's like 10 Jerry Rice records that are never going anywhere.
Jerry Rice, 1,549 receptions on his career. Second is Larry Fitzgerald at 1,432. So he was more than 100 behind him all time. Receiving touchdowns, like don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
I mean, and Larry played till 30 and some change.
Yeah.
38.
Jerry got 197 receiving touchdowns. That's not even total. I think he's got over. I know he has over 200 total touchdowns, but
Who's second? T.O.?
Randy. Let me make sure I got Randy at 156. T.O. has 153.
And what's
then-
Jerry's number again?
197.
Come on, man.
We talking about
And
we
think
talking
about
a-
Randy Moss for a second too. Like his number, like he played that insane year with Brady,
Mhm.
where all of his numbers probably skyrocketed because of that single season.
Well, look, that's the other thing that I see here too is like you got Jerry who's on another stratosphere. Randy and T.O. Randy 156, T.O. 153, Chris Carter at 130. Like them two are at another
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
Like you'd be hard pressed to touch those two.
There's tiers to this wide receiver
Yeah.
position. And the Jerry thing, it was something Randy Moss didn't have, or something Terrell Owens didn't have, something Larry Fitzgerald definitely didn't have. This dude played with 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks for the majority of his career. Virtually. Now, I mean, virtually his entire career, he was playing with a Hall of Fame quarterback.
And then a league MVP. A Rich Gannon.
Right. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's, for some reason we were talking about chicken and eggs earlier this week. So what comes first? Did Jerry make Joe and Steve? Did Steve make Joe and Jerry?
Jerry.
Or did Steve and Joe
Jerry.
made Jerry.
I don't want to say made them, but Jerry would have done that with anybody. I mean, Rich Gannon was really good before he got with Jerry, and then he won MVP. You know, he took it to another level. Here's the one, and we'll be done with Jerry and all that. Here's the one that shuts down the studio. This shutting down the studio. It's over. It's over. Receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go from 4, because Randy Moss is at 15,292.
At 4?
At 4.
Wow.
15,292. Terrell Owens is 15,934. Number 2.
15-2, 15-9. Okay.
Number 2 is Larry Fitzgerald. 17,492.
Wow.
Number 1
Thank you,
is
Kurt Warner.
number 1. This is stupid. Number 1 is Jerry Rice at 22,895.
Wow. Wow.
That is stupid.
He's 7,500 yards ahead of Randy Moss. That is ridiculous. Yeah, it's just not happening.
It ain't happening. You said it best, man. This is Will. This is real life Will.
Yeah.
In football.
And plus, I mean, look at, like, if you guy approaching those numbers, put Tyreek Hill on the Chiefs. Great. Tyreek Hill left the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So unless Tua is, the equivalent of a
Steve
Patrick
Young or
Mahomes,
something like that,
Steve Young, and this guy, it ain't happening.
It ain't happening.
Damn. The rebounding record will never be broken.
No.
Do you think the 100-point thing will ever happen?
No.
Really?
I don't think so.
I never thought it would until I saw 81.
81, and now you got a 3-point line and guards are shooting and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I don't think it happens.
I mean, everyone remembers Klay Thompson's performance against Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And we all, what was it, 36 in the quarter?
Mm-hmm.
But really, it was 36 in like half
minutes.
A quarter.
Yeah, like 5 minutes. You went crazy.
You see that, and you need a perfect, you need a perfect storm.
Yeah.
But
this
I don't think it would happen. But of all the like unbreakable records, that to me is the most likely, because that's a single night. That's one night. That's not a season long. That's not a career.
Yeah.
That's not 56 straight games. Like, that's a single night where you're the hottest you've ever been.
But here's what I always think about with that is Kobe got 81.
Mm-hmm.
And he needed 19 more. Think about what happens if somebody scores 19 points in a quarter. Like, we lost our mind, I think it was in the chat or something like that. We were talking about Donovan Mitchell. That boy, he couldn't be stopped. He scored 18 in the third.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kobe was on one of the greatest heaters we've ever seen, and he was an unbelievable quarter away still.
Yeah.
He was an unbelievable quarter away from getting to 100.
I'm trying to. Kobe was 28 of. Kobe was 28 of 46 that night. This might be the coldest piece. He was 7 of 13 from 3.
Wow, only 7 threes.
18 of 20 from the foul line.
Wow.
2 assists for Kobe in that game.
Wow.
3 steals. What I'm trying to find, this is just a generic ESPN box score. What I'm trying to find the game book. I don't know what his quarter breakdown was.
I remember he went crazy in the third. I want to say he might have had like 20, higher than 25 in the third. I remember in the third quarter, he lost his mind.
Kobe.
That's when I was telling all my homeboys, I told y'all he was going to lose his mind in the third quarter. I told y'all.
He scored 27 in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. All right. He scored 27. Well, see, this is what makes it more like he scored 27 in the third and 28 in the fourth, which means 56, 55 in the second half. Yeah, that's crazy to think he would need. That's crazy.
He scored 55 in that half.
He needs. That's crazy to think. Yeah, but now he needs 20 in the first quarter and 25 or something in the second quarter for it to get done. But when you see it again, it has to, like, clearly this at that point he had a shade under 30 points at halftime. Right. So he was having a day, but nothing that we've never seen before. Like he was having a day. You have to get hot in the first quarter. Like Clay's third quarter has to happen in the first. And there probably needs to be a talk at the quarter break going into the second quarter. Like, hey, I'm at 36. Let's go. We're going to go for this. Like,
Right.
can I get to like 55? Because you got to have a buffer.
Yeah.
Can I get to like 55, 56 before halftime and make a push for this 101?
The other sneaky thing about that, I know we're getting out, but the sneaky thing about that is Jalen Rose always tells the story of Sam Mitchell setting him up. He said they didn't double him. They were like, yeah, we're just gonna go one-on-one, because he was like mad at Jalen Rose or mad at the Raptors, and like, we're just gonna let him go one-on-one. That also probably wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Right.
Like, all right, at some point, we sending 2-3 guys at you.
We'll step out. We've got a lot we've got to do, including the news from Jason Garrett. The news.
We've been trying to put it off.
From Jason Garrett last night. And we'll look back at the first Kings-Cavs game as well. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The other one that will never happen, I actually think this is more than the 56 straight hits, is it Don Larson, who had 2 no-hitters or perfect games back-to-back? No, Don Larson did it in the World Series. I forgot who did it, but back-to-back no-hitters. Who's getting 3? Who's getting 3 no-hitters? First of all, who's getting 2? But who's getting 3? It ain't happening.
We've seen guys sniff a second one before recently.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't the 2 no-hitters happen relatively recently?
By the same, no, ain't nobody
Maybe
done that
not.
one.
Yeah.
That one stood for whatever. I think that was back when we wasn't playing.
Yeah.
That's why it happened.
It was Vandermeer.
Yeah, they're Vandermeer.
Pitched a no-hitter against the Boston Bees.
Come on, man.
4 days later against the Brooklyn Dodgers. And I can confirm we wasn't playing then. Well, I might have been. There might have been a couple of people like me out there.
You and Babe.
Me and Babe. Brother Babe. Brother Babe. It's wild. These motherfuckers still count these records.
Come on, man. Literally wouldn't let him play.
2 consecutive. No, wow. Even if you're throwing just against white guys, that's pretty impressive.
It's crazy. Nah, as Stephen Brown would say. I think it was 48.5.
That's what it was. Yeah, 48.5.
In a 40-minute.
Which is why it's the year, like a lot of these crazy like Wilt averages are that year. That clearly he played a lot of overtime games.
How do we? Oh yeah, I took us there because OBJ. I remember people were really like saying after like maybe the second year, they're like, "Yo, this may be Jerry Rice right here." No,
was that after the catch? Was the catch his rookie year?
I think the catch was his rookie year. But like they were doing the projections and stuff like that, and he was online that way. You know, I just didn't. You're not. Nah, nobody catching up with just.
Oh yeah, that time Jokic averaged 225 points per game. I don't even remember what that was, but I remember that. It was funny.
Then what I say, LeBron had to average 45 a game to break it.
That's that. Yeah, break it. January 7th.
That's a good call, Ramsey. Although you can make the argument maybe the game goes back to that at some point. But Ricky Henderson's stolen base record. That's
today.
They don't play the game like that.
I'm the greatest of all time.
Today, I like to say that I am the greatest of all time.
Boy, wild.
Ricky.
Uh-oh. Banner 18.
Hey, y'all better win the championship.
They will.
Okay.
Because the Kings are coming.
I'll guarantee it right now.
Y'all better win the championship.
This is the year.
Y'all better win that championship. I'm still taking Milwaukee. Boston looks crazy though. Boston looks crazy, but I'm
They
taking
both look really good.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And that's probably more of, not more of, but they're in a tie for me, and I lean towards I like Giannis more than I like the Celtics because I love Jason Tatum. That's my boy.
We don't want you on this side.
I'm gonna go step on Lucky.
Ain't
Let me go
even-
find a Lucky to step
Ain't
on.
even
Don't you dare.
Ain't even rooting for Jesse's happiness, man. That's crazy. Oh man,
Jesse likes
that's
Giannis.
a wild stat too.
That is crazy. He literally stole every
He
time
is
he
a
was on
bad
base.
dude, man.
You knew he was going to steal. There was nothing you could do. Damn, man, it feels like forever since I dropped bars, man. Dang. Come on, man.
Well,
Need
it's gonna
bars.
be tough. We need that Friday Sunday win back like we had a couple of it
Or at least Sunday.
It had never Sunday brings us Drake bars. It had never happened in the history of Drake bars, and it's happened twice this season. Well, we got a Friday Sunday, and then we got a Saturday Sunday.
Yeah. Come on, bring it back. I'll take a Friday Sunday. I'll take a back to back.
Hey,
I'll take it.
Just get some wins here, man.
Yeah,
Get some
I'll take it.
wins. They got Cleveland tonight. We talked to Will Z about that. If you want to read more, kind of a statistical breakdown, Will Z preview these games by the numbers over on ESPN 1320.net because the cool kids use .net. But this was it's kind of a weird game. Like I'm bringing this up because it's topical, not to piss you off.
Okay.
Kings were out rebounded 42-24.
Oh, that don't piss me.
Now I don't remember. Tell the whole story. I don't remember the context of these rebounds. That's a huge discrepancy. 42-24.
That is a lot.
Offensive rebounds.
Yeah, I remember they got beat up on the offensive board.
12-2.
Yeah, I remember that.
They won by 7.
Kings
won that game by 7.
They got beat up. I remember now that I can't tell a little bit of the whole story, but in the first half, that's kind of what kept the Cavs above water, so to speak. Like it was a 15-point game at some point, or I think they went into the half at like 12. It could have been like 22, but they couldn't keep them off the offensive boards. Sabonis in that game that I think about it got 2 early fouls, and Mike Brown left them in, and he got 2 early fouls like halfway through the first.
Yeah, that was
quarter.
a pretty regular part of the start of the season. Just 2 early fouls on Sabonis.
But the difference was typically they would force Sabonis to the bench, and Mike Brown and everybody else said, "Yo, we got to get this done," and they left him in there. And I bring that up with the rebounding because he probably wasn't as aggressive, on the boards or battling down there because he didn't want to get the 3rd foul. And I just remember Cleveland. Yeah, they beat him up on the boards, on the offensive boards.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Sabonis's foul trouble was a key point in that. But I do remember leading into that game. I do want to check here. Sabonis finished that game with 3 fouls, so he got things under control there a little bit. But heading into that first matchup, we talked about this last year with Cleveland. It was a big squad.
Yeah.
Like this is one of the worst matchups for the Sacramento Kings. This was before Donovan Mitchell. This was one of the worst matchups I think the Kings had in the entire league just because of the way that the Cleveland Cavaliers are structured. Now they overcame that. And so part of me wonders, like, you were nearly doubled up rebounding. You were destroyed on the offensive boards. There's no doubt that those were focal points, especially coming off of that Bucks game. There's no doubt that those are focal points for Mike Brown headed into tonight's game and that coaching staff. Donovan had 38. You mentioned, he was just going nuts until De'Aaron and Davion were able to kind of cool that fire off a little bit in the 4th. And right now, Donovan is listed as questionable.
Mhm.
This is not. I'm a Donovan Mitchell fan. This isn't meant to be disrespectful. This matchup could be a little bit more difficult for Sacramento if Donovan's out, because tell me if I'm wrong here. If Donovan's out, aren't you working primarily more with your big man?
Well, you mean you got Darius Garland that's still going to get some. He's going to
But
work with
probably not. Well,
But-
you know
but-
what? That is me. I forgot Kevin Love is out too. So
Yeah. And I was gonna
that's
say,
taking
you're
away a
not-
lot
you're
of
not
scoring
really
right there.
dumping it down to Jared Allen.
But you got Evan Mobley. Like
mhm.
I think you could drop to Jared Allen.
You,
if
no,
need
you
be.
can, but
Oh.
I don't know if he's going to, take 25 shots.
Sure.
In a game.
Sure.
And to be honest with you, I think I smell what you're cooking. I smell what you're cooking. But they're a little more predictable. And if they want to rely on the twos and going inside, so be it. That means Garland and Donovan's not there to, give you off script plays.
And I'm probably thinking too much about the game from 2 years ago, which is ridiculous because this is they did, but this is a very, very different Sacramento team than it was. And I'd argue that this Kings team and this Cavs team right now, 20 some odd games into the season, is different than when they played 10 games into the season. I think both are better. The Kings at the time after that, when they moved to 4-6, Cleveland moved to 8-3. Cleveland hit a little downturn there for a couple of weeks before regrouping. Obviously, we know what the Kings did. Kings kind of catapulted, but one thing I think both of them are better defensively than they were 10 games into the season.
For sure.
And I just have to wonder, like, it's one thing to game plan. It's one thing for a coach or a coaching staff or even players to be frustrated with the amount of rebounds they gave up against the big Bucks team. Know when you're going in here against another big Cleveland team. It's one thing to like scheme for it. It's another thing. You're not going to grow. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're still, to use a line that you were talking about yesterday, the day before, they're still small in comparison, to Cleveland. So you've got to find crafty and creative ways, those long rebounds. If those threes are being taken by Donovan or Darius, whoever, those guards, whether it's De'Aaron or Davion or hopefully Terrence is back. You got to get those rebounds. You got to get those guard rebounds.
Got a gang rebound, man. Really do. One of the things about Cleveland, and these guys are solid. It's not like they're bad. But one of the things that I think about when I see the Cavs is they're not very deep, and they already weren't very deep with Kevin Love there. But now you take him out of the equation. Cedi Osman, he's cool. Okoro, he's not really an offensive guy. But they don't really have the depth there. So I look at that as an opportunity, for the Kings, because I think the Kings are the deeper team. If everybody's there, we don't know if everybody's going to be there, but they can use that to their advantage and try and get some stops, get up and down the floor a little bit. And if Donovan isn't there, they're going to need some guys to step up offensively, the Cavs. And I don't know exactly who that would be. I don't know who that would be, because even if, say, for instance, Donovan can't go, that's 40 in that first game. Him and Love, they combined alone for 47 points.
Yeah, as Will, 47. As Will pointed out, like Kevin Love is kind of a sneaky issue.
He played really good that game.
D Wade played well in that game too. He played 15 minutes in that game.
D Wade, you always got to look at D Wade.
Always got to be ready for D Wade.
That's funny.
So I pointing this out. You're not a Darius Garland fan.
No, I am a Darius Garland fan, and I don't expect him to have 6. But say Darius Garland has 25. You're still in the negative.
No, I got you.
From what you
well,
have. I clearly don't expect Darius Garland to have 6. I think he's going to have 20 plus. Like, he's going to have a really good game tonight.
I don't think we're getting 200 and what's the number? 40. I don't think we're getting 247 points tonight.
I think that would be a problem if you're the Kings.
Okay.
You better find a way to get your half of that 200. Like that's
Preferably
your,
a little more than half.
Yeah, that's your game. That's your game. If you're the Kings, you gotta find a way to get them numbers up. I don't think they want to get in the slugfest.
Okay, so you'd rather get in a shootout than a slugfest?
Yeah, because you can win a shootout against this Cavs team.
Okay,
slugfest. That's where the size of that Cavs team comes into play. Like, I don't know if you want to get into a slugfest with these guys, but if you get into a shootout with your 3-point shooting and your scores and getting in the open court, I think that's where you want to be.
Okay. All right. So hopefully those points go up. I mean, 7 double-digit scores. Big Trey Lyles game last time these two teams played.
He balled.
Big Trey Lyles game. You know, a regularly, you know, good night from Malik Monk. You know, I mean, everyone was good. Harrison was great. You know, you're going to need it, again. It took 7 double-digit scores. It took 16.
TD didn't play that game.
Well, hopefully that's not the case tonight. Terrence, I was reading, I think I was watching Mike Brown's press conference a couple of days ago. I could be wrong. It sounded like Jason Anderson is on the road with these guys.
Yeah, he was definitely in Milwaukee. And I think that's when Biederman is going to take over the second half of the trip, I think.
Okay, I got you. Because it sounded like he asked Mike a question, and then over the last couple of days, he's written something on Terrence and how Terrence aggravated his back in practice. And then, of course, he wrote about De'Aaron's foot, where I think past now I'm a little banged up, a little bruised, you know, fighting a little cold. I think past that remark that he said to the pool of reporters, it's the first time he's actually addressed his foot. And he said it's really bothering him. So now, like, again, I don't want to get back into this, like, should he play, shouldn't he play? I'm kind of in your camp, I guess, in Matt George's camp. If he can play, let him play. He's not hurting the team. The second he hurts the team, though, that's where Mike steps in and, look, hey, you're a gamer. Appreciate you. We know how badly you want to win. You got to sit. I have to be able to – I got to have – you know, Davion can play at a higher level right now. And, of course, a lot of this depends on what's Terrence Davis's ability. You know, from the way, you know, J.A. wrote, we don't know. He aggravated it during practice. He tried to go through shoot around in the Bucks game, or not shoot around, warm ups in the Bucks game, and it wasn't there for him. So, you know, I think the fact that De'Aaron has acknowledged it now is like, all right, it's probably something you've got to watch a little bit closer, because it wasn't like, I could play through it. Like, it was like, no, it's bothering me.
Yeah.
So, tough.
Something to monitor.
Yeah,
for sure, man.
And I don't know if the injury report comes out and it says Donovan's out, and you go, all right, hey, let's just roll the dice here and take De'Aaron out. Or you could look at it the other way. Hey, Donovan's out. This feels disrespectful to Darius Garland. The night could be a little easier for you. We'll call on you a little less to do things. I mean, there's probably multiple ways that you could look at this.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right way is.
Or you could look at it as
long as his foot doesn't explode.
Oh, let's hope not. So you can look at it as, if Donovan's out, all right, well, you can rest Fox, because I'm going to take the depth that we have against the Cavs without Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
But to your point, I know you feel this. I wouldn't even play no games. What they do wouldn't even really matter about how I'm going with De'Aaron. If I'm talking to De'Aaron and I'm saying, you know,
how do you feel?
How do you feel? If you can go and you're ready to go, we're gonna put you out there. If you can't, it don't matter if all the Cavs are sitting, then you can't go. You know what I mean? So this is an interesting game. There's reports in Cleveland that they're not. He's listed as questionable, but they're not expecting Donovan to play.
Oh, okay.
So nothing's official, but
interesting.
That's some of the stuff I was scouring. Some of the people who following and reporting, I don't think we're getting Donovan.
I can't remember. I don't remember if it's the top of the hour or what it is when the injury report comes out. But I guess they're in Cleveland. It's probably something we should pull up and just refresh. Even though I'm sure James and Jay and all of our Kings writers are doing that, and we'll get tweets about it. But we'll probably get. I mean, he's obviously shoot around is over. We're not that far away from pregame warmups. So those are all things to keep an eye on. We'll talk a lot more, but Trysta Krick's going to be with us at the top of the hour, and she's ready. At least by that gift. At least by that gift she posted, she ready.
I don't even want to say that.
She's ready.
Trysta, wow, man.
She is ready. Trysta Krick, top of the hour. There was a poll question up on Trysta Krick's Twitter page, and you know, no, I can tell by your response what the answer to that question is, but we'll address that when Trysta joins us. So a lot more Kings basketball ahead. We'll dive into the 49ers for the first time too when Kyle Madson joins us, and of course we'll get you ready. I mean, it's 4:30 start, right? So we're taking you all the way up until pregame with it's Drapes and either Kenny or Matt.
Yeah.
So you got nowhere to go. We got you.
Drapes might be on the. Well, I don't know.
I don't think so because Morgan, I think Deuce and Mo are on the Stockton Kings call.
Oh, okay. Hey, shout out to the Stockton Kings, man. All my people. I'm telling you, y'all gonna listen to me one point. I should be a GM. My boy Trey Burke locked up with the Stockton Kings. Let's go, baby. At some point, I want to see him in Sacramento.
Did you bring up Trey Burke at some point?
I mean, it hadn't been for a while. I think he was a free agent a couple years ago, and I said that. But come on, man, you know, I love Trey Burke.
Why would I know that?
Yeah, Michigan man.
Oh,
took Michigan to the national championship game. He was nasty. He was National Player of the Year that year. Trey Burke.
I know who Trey Burke is.
Burke was nuts. I want to see him come to Sacramento one time, baby. One time, play a couple games at least. He can shoot. He can shoot the rock.
Well, a lot of people found the timing interesting with De'Aaron banged up and Terrence banged up. I was like, oh, all right. Yeah. See what happens here. Michigan guy, great.
Shout out Trey Burke.
Just cut him before the finals gets here, because the Kings are going to the finals. If you're just tuning in,
hey man, it could happen.
Going to the finals, going to the big time. How about this? Jason Garrett tweeted that he's excited to continue his role with NBC Sunday Night Football and NBC in general. He does some calls over there for Notre Dame games as well, and was essentially publicly turning down the Stanford job. And it was funny because I caught that last night, and Bleacher Report pushed out Jason Garrett turns down Stanford job, and I couldn't help but laugh at that. And I got hip to this stuff like years ago when that 2000 when the Redeem team was being named. And because Carr had been named to the women's team, we knew who was on the men's team, but it hadn't been announced publicly yet. The entire roster hadn't been announced publicly yet. And I remember the morning it was being announced, Amari Stoudemire, it was an insider. I don't think it was Amari. It was an insider tweeted. Yeah. Amari Stoudemire has removed himself from consideration for the 2008 men's Olympic team. How could you remove? You didn't make it. You didn't make it. It's a saving face tactic. And I don't begrudge any athlete, any coach. I don't begrudge Jason Garrett for doing this. But it's so disingenuous because if you're not paying attention to what you're watching, it's like, oh, Stanford got stuck with Troy Taylor. Should Troy Taylor get offered the job and accept it?
Yeah.
My belief is when there's a coaching vacancy, they know who they want to fill it. And that's the start of the process. We know who we want to fill it. Then you go through the interview process and maybe something can change your mind. But in all likelihood, that same singular person you had in mind is the person you want to offer the job to. It's up to either that person to blow it or someone to change your mind. My opinion is Stanford knew exactly who they wanted to hire. They're doing their due diligence, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is not reporting. This is an opinion. I believe Stanford all along wanted to hire Troy Taylor. Jason Garrett was interested in the job. Jason Garrett's a former NFL coach. He's a former offensive coordinator. He's been in the league a very, very long time, and we can make our Jason Garrett jokes. He's been successful. You give that man an interview. But I also think as you're talking to his representatives and he's getting ready to fly in, you're talking to your trustees, you're talking to your people going, hey, Jason's a great like. Can he recruit here? Like, look at what Troy did at Sac State. Can he get those kids here? And I think the resounding answer for a guy like Jason Garrett is no. I don't think that he can. And again, it's just my opinion. I have no idea who the head coach of Stanford is going to be. But I know only 2 names were released, and I know one of them didn't get the job.
Yeah. And maybe this is a little pie in the sky or too conspiracy theory situation, but maybe there was a situation where Jason Garrett's agent, Stanford, was like, look, man, they asked him to come in. They're like, is this a real interview? And they might have been straightforward, like, look, we want to talk to you. We want to consider you. There's some other guys that we have in mind, but, we want to talk to you. Then maybe it's a situation where the agent and Jason Garrett were like, okay, I'll do this song and dance with you. But if I'm not going to get it, let me know so I can get out in front of it.
Sure. Let me hit you with the other side of that coin. Garrett's people call Stanford, who the board of trustees and the agent may have a relationship. Can you talk to Jason? He's interested in, college, and I don't know what your guys' plans are. Like he has genuine interest in this job, but can you interview him? Can we get an interview under his belt?
Yeah.
That stuff happens.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if Troy Taylor is the hire for Stanford, it's perfect. Yeah. It's the perfect hire.
I'll say this again if it becomes official, if that's what really happens. But so happy for Troy Taylor. If this happens, he deserves it. So thankful as a son of this city and somebody that represents the city of Sacramento. So thankful for what he's brought to this region, not only with Sac State, but what he did with Folsom and turning them into a national power. He has done so many good things in this region, in this city, and in this community. And obviously, selfishly, we don't want to see him go. But if it happens, it would be a great opportunity for him. And I wish him all the best.
I am just on the complete opposite end of Sarah Hodges. I think this elevates the Sac State program. It puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the Sac State athletic director and this athletic department to hire for the second time in a row another perfect candidate. But if you're able to do that, just if you're able to do that, and you have Troy, going off to Stanford, Troy's success continues to be Sac State's success. And I know it sucks because this team is legitimately competing for a national championship right now. Tonight, there is a massive game at Hornet Stadium tonight. If you can be there, be there. Put the big coat on, put the earmuffs on, like get out there, support this team, support Troy Taylor, support those young men in that university. And I think the announcement gets made tonight, not the official announcement. I think it gets leaked tonight, win or lose. I think it gets leaked tonight.
See, and that's where we disagree a little bit. And you know how these things work, so you've seen it happen before. But I think if they lose, I don't think it happens tonight. I think they let everybody just sleep and
that's
do it tomorrow.
Okay.
He may tell them tonight. He may tell his players tonight,
which means it's getting out. The more people that know,
now
the more likely it is to get out.
Yeah, that's a little different than Sac State or Stanford saying it tonight.
Right. Yeah, no. And I'm so sorry. I don't think Sac State or Stanford are saying anything tonight.
Okay.
I think a reporter will. But it'll be because Stanford told them. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you can drop this. Hey, you can release this. I think the most important thing is, again, win or lose, Troy gets the chance to talk to that team.
Yeah. Also, the more important than that, Let's go win tonight, baby.
Yeah, don't lose.
Let's
Yeah,
go win tonight, baby.
Yeah,
Let's get this dub tonight, baby.
Let's make Troy Taylor's let Troy Taylor take a national championship to Stanford.
Yeah.
That's what I want. And I was a David Shaw fan, so if Troy Taylor is the hire, I'm really excited to get behind Stanford football again. Trysta Krick, top of the hour. Get those eyeball emojis ready. She's ready to talk, and you know how Friday works, man. We're going from Trysta to Kyle. We essentially go commercial free for an hour and some change. So lock in, get settled, man. We got some good stuff.
And before Trysta gets in, you asked a question in the rundown. I was like,
yeah,
what?
Okay. I told you I had one more football related question from last night, and I'm gonna ask it when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We both gonna make a move now?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. We can bring Jesse up to entertain everybody. We got to get up because we're not going to get a break for a minute. So no one go anywhere. Y'all entertain each other in the chat, man. Thanks for the love, man. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Gabriel. It's all love. Get those emojis ready and talk amongst yourselves, man. We'll be back in just a second. Jesse, pull up the stream and entertain everybody.
What's good, show? You guys watching Messi right now? What you thinking, Tyler? They're gonna win? Are they gonna pull it off? What's up, Sean? Might be back tomorrow, Soren. That's what they're saying. Never that. He just had a bad game on Sunday. I hope so. I wanted Brazil to win earlier so we could see them in the semifinals against each other, but
Was this World Cup today with Jesse Tapia?
it's a little bit of everything. Some Celtics, some Dolphins.
They're in the quarters, so they're about to go to the semis.
Yeah, Messi's about to hit penalties right now.
They're going to PKs right now?
Yeah. Man, Messi can't lose.
The World Cup in America is going to be crazy. That's going to be pretty dope.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I'm gonna go France, David.
PKs with Jesse. New
Dude,
segment.
I'm stressed right now. It's not even Mexico playing.
You're going for Argentina?
Yeah, I want Messi to win this one.
He's never won a World Cup, huh?
No, they went to the final in 2014 and lost to Germany.
Alexi Tapia.
Don't disrespect me.
Alexi Tapia.
All right, the guys are bad. Good talking to you, chat.
Bobby Jackson.
OJ and M&M's?
Nah, man, that thing's still offline.
Oh, damn.
I'm about to complain to HR.
You need $1.50. I got some quarters, dude.
Do you really?
I think I do need $1.50.
Yeah, I had to use cash today because it's not working on the cards. I got you, man.
I don't know when it's gonna happen now, though.
Slammy here? No. Yeah, I saw her too.
Damn, this guy, whoa, he just really covers the league great. The Kings have the second highest fun rating like the Kings game today is the second highest fun rating on Wove's list, 84. Only topped by Bucks Mavs at 86.
Whose ratings are these?
Wove was, that nightly league pass rating thing.
He's by far the best follow on NBA Twitter.
He is. He's the king of NBA Twitter. Oh, Pels and Suns tonight. They'll make a statement on them boys.
They're first place right now, right?
Yeah, they're the 1 seed. Rudy goes back to Utah tonight.
Oh, man.
He absolutely should get a. Oh, boy. Stop on the first PK. I'm late.
Messi better make his. He's up first for Argentina.
I think I'm a little behind Jesse, too, by the way. Pause.
I was gonna let it go. Come on, man. I was gonna be the adult in the room and let it go. I was gonna let it go.
I gotta clarify on Freaky Friday. That's what it is when Tristan comes through. It's a Freaky Friday.
Two things here. First one, Dr. David brings up a great point. We focus so much energy on getting Brittany Griner home. Let's focus all our energy on putting Brett Favre in jail now.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It at least offer us an explanation as to why Brett Favre isn't in prison.
Bro, every time something new comes out about more money, how he knew, all this other stuff.
He's still not in jail. He's still just kicking it in his Wranglers and his copper fits and his
I don't even think
whatever.
they're looking his way, which is crazy. They're not even looking
Is
his
it though?
way. No, it's
Is
not.
it though?
Typical.
So yeah, let's focus our attention on putting Brett Favre in prison. 2, you can focus some attention out with D'Lo and KC tomorrow. Folsom Lake Honda.
Yeah, man.
Hyundai. Which one is?
I thought it's
Hyundai. Folsom
Hyundai.
Lake Hyundai. The guys will be at Folsom Lake Hyundai 10 to 12.
Thank you. That's
Be there.
we will be there from 10 to 12, and you can come hang out with us. I think we're playing basketball. To be honest with you, we're actually what we're doing is we're collecting toys. That's what we're there for.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have some fun, man. We're gonna be playing basketball. We're gonna be collecting toys, having a good time, man. So come hang out with us.
I got a busy day tomorrow, man.
You do.
I gotta go coach the kids at 9.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave from there, go to Folsom Lake Hyundai.
Yep.
Then going to the Nest and
2 games at the Nest.
I'm probably gonna check them both out and check out the women and then the men's. And the kids are coming with me.
Oh Lord.
Like they're not riding with me, but we're gonna meet back up at the Nest, and
Mm-hmm.
the kids, the Ball Academy kids, are gonna be
Love that.
special guests. At
Man, them Ball Academy kids, they get to hang out with Terrence Davis. They get to hang out with Coach Patrick.
they get
to hang out
Damien's autograph. It's crazy.
Well, I signed that young man's. I think my man's name was Will.
Shout out Will. That's my guy. Will.
He's
He's hanging over the edge. He's just hanging over. Like, please, Damien, please.
Well, he only knew me because my coach is the host of the show that you get to sit in on. Like, oh man, that's cool. That's good stuff.
I'm not sure that happened.
That's exactly what happened. Matt George was there. He got photos of it. He documented it. Before Trysta joins us, and she's going to join us here in just a heartbeat, I'm going to ask you this question. And I promise, because Kyle's going to join us, we'll talk about the 49ers, and then James is going to join us, and we'll get ready for Kings and Mavs. Raider Nation, I promise this is the last time I'm going to bring last night's game up.
I don't even think they care anymore. They're so through with this team.
They don't want to, but they do. Come on, man. It's hard to leave your squad. Like, that's tough. Like,
Nah.
that team has embarrassed you like 4 times this year, at minimum 4 times.
I'd be done with that team this year.
Just done for the whole year. Like, what's
At
that
this
mean? You
point.
wouldn't watch them?
I wouldn't be upset.
I
I'd be
told
like,
you. Hey,
whatever.
I told you they wasn't in it until they won last night.
Well, they were in the hunt.
No, they
They're
weren't.
not in there no more.
No, they weren't. They had to win last night to be in the hunt.
They're not in there no more. Like it's like last year. Like at some point, I didn't really get upset about the Kings no more.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Now I know what you mean. Now I know completely what you mean. Who has a brighter NFL future? Baker Mayfield or Derek Carr?
Come on, man. I know he threw a pick. I know a lot of people don't believe in him.
He threw 2.
Come on.
I think he threw 2. I believe he threw 2. He threw 2.
Come on, man. Well, the second one, there's 9 seconds left. He had to go 900 yards.
He
Like,
threw 2.
I'm not going to put that on him.
He threw 2.
Just like Brock Purdy's pick in the 49ers. I'm not going to put that on him either.
He threw 2.
Come on, man. Derek Carr.
Baker.
Derek Carr be getting disrespected, man. Derek Carr be did.
I'm sorry. Did you see that man play football last night?
I saw who his coach was.
Hey, I liked it.
I saw who his coach was.
Oh, coach. I'm sorry. Who were Baker's coaches?
Your boy, what they call him, Fredo?
That's exactly who it is. Fredo. His freaking coach was Fredo. Fredo Kitchens.
The coach, the coach.
Where's
said,
he at? Is he in the league?
The coach said he's leaving right now. He's about to be the full-time coach, and he's about to lead his team to NFC South Championship.
Oh, listen to you.
My boy Wilkes. Ain't that his name, Wilkes?
Yeah, he was the one who was – he's the one who's watching what's happening in Arizona like, the old Vince McMahon laugh. Y'all wanted y'all wanted Kyler and Cliff, huh? How's that working out for you? Steve Wilkes was the dude. I'll be honest, I didn't when the Cardinals hired Steve Wilkes, I didn't have a clue who he was. Like, what the hell is that? I don't think Arizona did either. No. I think he was a built-in fall guy. But I don't think that Baker has had the best crop of. So he had Fredo, he had Stefanski, he had Matt Rule, and I guess he had Steve Wilkes for a second.
If we're, and this is maybe a weird argument to have, I understand that, but if we're being fair, I mean, Carr just had his meltdown or his non-productive performance late yesterday. Baker's had his early. They had 3 points with 3 minutes
Derek
to
Carr
go.
Was terrible yesterday.
They had 3 points with 3 minutes to go.
Well, how many did they end with?
They ended with 17. That's what I'm talking about. Baker had his plus moment later in the game.
Baker Mayfield has been a Los Angeles Rams for 6.5 minutes.
By the way, I mean, would I be wrong if I was like, yo, y'all were doing a little too much last night as far as like Prime Video and all this other stuff? Like, it's just amazing what Baker was able to do. It's just unbelievable. It was impressive, like, but all right, whatever. Like, he was doing a little too much.
It was incredible what Baker Mayfield, unbelievable what Baker Mayfield was able to do yesterday. My man was reading the playbook on the plane. The plane. He was reading the playbook, learning the plays on his way to Los Angeles. Kenny, he didn't start the game.
He didn't start the game. No.
He reached for that brass ring and he took it. Yeah, maybe they overdid it a little bit. I do think it's impressive though, because this isn't.
Impressive.
It's not trying to diminish these positions, but we were talking about this with Odell earlier. It's not a wide receiver. Hey, run to the street lamp and it wasn't that. It was a running back. Hey. The gap is between 75 and 68. Run there. You know what I mean? Like the playbook for those two positions are probably a little simpler to learn. He was a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know it was 20 plays during practice, but I know that like that Sean McVay said they had, broken the playbook down in a specific way in case he was needed. And that clearly, I mean, he came into the game virtually right away.
Mm-hmm.
I do think what he was able to do yesterday was impressive.
It was impressive.
He didn't.
I would have, if I was there, I would have been like, man, that's pretty impressive. And then I would have moved on. Every time they were on, oh my gosh, it was just incredible. All right, settle down, Kirk.
Well, yeah, Kirk can settle down. But my question remains.
It's Derek Carr.
I don't think that it is.
Derek Carr is a far better quarterback than Baker Mayfield.
That's fine. You may be right. Do you know who Derek Carr is?
Do I know?
He's a quarterback. Do you know who Derek Carr is as a quarterback?
Yeah, he's a good quarterback.
Do you know who Baker Mayfield is as a quarterback?
I got an idea.
But you don't know for sure.
Pretty sure.
But you don't know?
I'm not really spending no money on it.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different story. Like, well, I mean, both of these guys, though, right?
Baker gonna be probably
Baker a starter in the league next year.
Like, you can find a place where he can start. But I was just about to say, probably the best thing for Baker and the Rams is to bring him back as a backup for Stafford.
The best thing for the Rams is for Stafford to retire.
Damn.
Stafford's done. Like he's done. He's proved his point. He's fine.
Weren't you and Danny in San Francisco yelling at me when I said Stafford was
Stafford has won a Super Bowl since then.
I mean, not to sound like Gilbert Arenas, but you won a Super Bowl. All right, cool.
Oh wow. Now we're quoting Gilbert Arenas. Well, you want you Hi Trysta.
Hey.
You want to go you want to go this way? Is that better?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't think anybody can say anything on this segment anymore without me being sophomoric.
No.
Nobody can
what
say
position
anything.
do you want? Bruh, yo, that GIF you tweeted earlier was wild. You are wild for that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. You have a question for Kenny. We'll get to that in just a second. We'll talk hooping.
I already know the answer.
Well, I know. So do I. We all do. But, we just need it for the record. Who has a brighter future in the NFL? Baker or Derek Carr?
I think Derek Carr.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think Derek Carr.
I disagree with both.
Yeah. So you think Baker has a better future than Derek Carr?
He had a brighter future.
Brighter future. What is that? What do you mean by brighter?
What is brighter?
Sure.
I mean, is
More
that like
money?
a small star that explodes?
I think he might see. I don't know if Derek Carr is going to be a starting quarterback in the league next year.
He should be starting quarterback in the league. Come on, Damien.
Come on. Damien,
He's a
don't
starting
do that. We got
He
Sam
just
Darnold.
went to the playoffs last year.
You don't think if you put Derek Carr on the New York Jets, he would be a starting quarterback of that team?
Yeah, he could be the starting quarterback. Would they be better?
It's not him.
Put him on the Giants.
Yes.
The Giants got like 4 losses.
That's about to end very soon.
And you think it would be different if Derek Carr was the quarterback?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Derek Carr is better than Danny Dimes.
Well, that's
Stop
true. I think their futures are about the same.
No.
They would scheme differently for Derek Carr. They'd run the offense differently for Derek Carr. He can throw dimes. Like, the Giants offensively don't have a lot of weapons, right? Like, it's just Slayton out there doing his thing. And Richie James, who I didn't even know. Did you guys know Richie James before this year? Because I didn't.
I knew because he was like the number 1 receiver for the 49ers when Kyle Shanahan got here. Richie James Jr.
I'm like, Richie James?
They were 1-15 that year.
Yeah.
We have big hopes for Richie James.
So, I mean, everybody's been injured. Saquon obviously has been doing his thing, but he's been up and down in terms of his production. Their offensive line has been pretty good, but defensively, they've had a ton of injuries. So, yeah, I think if you put Derek Carr on either one of those New York teams, they'd be better. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let him break your guys' heart like he did with poor Raider Nation last
He ain't
night.
going to break my heart.
That's McDaniels. Stop it.
Huh?
McDaniels is just like, oh, we can win games 13-10. No, sir. Or you can lose games 13-17 at the buzzer.
Well, they can do that too. They have found. Look, I don't absolve Josh McDaniels of any of this. We're gonna pretend like Derek Carr wasn't a quarterback when Arizona Cardinals came back from 20-0. Like we're putting all of this on the head coach.
Well, we're putting all of that on the quarterback. 20-0.
Well,
To lose the game, you got to give up 21.
No. They can share the blame. McDaniels and Carr can share the blame.
What about the
20
defense?
last night, Yeah,
What about the defense, which is 31st in DVOA in the NFL? Like, what does that have to do with Derek Carr? Not a damn thing.
All right. Y'all right, Derek Carr. I was a Derek Carr guy. He lost me this year.
I didn't know we were doing Nike today, or I would have gone into the closet.
Nike's really like that's like dressing down for you.
Yeah. It ain't
I
kids.
got this, guys. I think I'm gonna wear it to Sacramento if the weather's okay. I got this. I think it's like unisex. I'm not sure. It's like a silk button down shirt. But it's like a grayish black, like almost like a sepia tone. And it's a photo of Michael Jordan just dunking on someone, like around the entire shirt printed.
Jesse, look up sepia and send whatever the hell that is.
I think I know what sepia is.
It's like not quite black and white. It's like kind of like a brown black and white.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I was thinking a little more brown, but
I can go to the prop. I can go and bring it out if you guys want to see. I just got it.
Where did
No, you got to save it for the
Yeah.
I'm billing to the public.
Where did you find it?
At the Nike employee store in Portland when I went to Thanksgiving.
Excuse us.
Yeah.
There was nothing there. I only got like 2 things while I was there. There was nothing there. It's like no women's clothes at all. It was very disappointing. The section was about the size of it's like a child, like the child section. The child section was actually bigger.
We're old enough to remember when that used to mean.
Oh my God.
When we used to go to the employee store, or hell, even the outlets used to be popular.
Oh, the outlets.
It used to be crack. Like you could walk through and see things. I had friends because I grew up in Portland, obviously, that had parents that worked at Nike, and they would bring me all of the for $37.50 for kids' shoes because they were $75 for retail Jordans. $37.50. I would just break them off, and they bring me all the J's and the releases.
Damn.
I told Kenny this yesterday. I do have to confess it to everybody else. I did come out of retirement.
He did.
I came out of retirement and specifically for a pair of shoes to wear when Trysta gets here.
What'd you get?
Yeah, I did it.
What is it? What'd you get?
Well, I got a pair of 3s that I didn't have, and I thought, I can show these out when Trysta gets here.
So let me ask you this: is there going to be like a coronation where I get those Travis Scotts when I'm out there? Like, do I need to ask for those
about a year ago?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Like finding a size 6 Travis Scott reverse mocha is a super easy task to do. If I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that you have those on January 7th. I've been doing everything I can. Look, I got people asking me for backpacks. I got people asking me for off-whites. Hey, I'm trying, Jennifer.
Let me ask you this. How did you become the plug?
Well, that's an off-the-air story.
That's a story for another day.
Is.
Has to do with him being the work.
It's who he is.
Hey, I never worked for Jordan. Anybody else? Who's ever had Michael Jordan as their boss? Right, exactly. All right, let's get into some basketball stuff.
Well, let's get this out
by the
way.
way, let's go ahead.
Get out the way.
Yeah.
All right, you can ask me, Trysta.
I already know the answer. Like, okay, so it's not a question of yes or no. At this point, it's what's this week's excuse that has kept you in the way of listening to the Josh Primo episode?
Well, I did listen to the Josh Primo episode.
No, you didn't.
Wow.
And I'll put you like this. Some people are like, some people, have like their monikers, and when they get like Marshawn Lynch, he went into beast mode. This guy went Super Saiyan on him. He's crazy. That's what they say about. I'm not calling Trysta by her alias. You know the name. Private what? I'm not I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it.
Trysta had so many quotable lines from that you can't quote on the radio. 95% of the votes said no, you skipped it.
They did. They said no.
Dead wrong. I listened to it.
95%.
And I came away with that with so many more
You-
many more questions.
The
Like, was Primo coming? First of all, was Primo coming from practice straight to, sometimes they do that. Oh, after practice, you got to go to
Right.
the thing. Like, what's going on? Or was he just, it was on an off day? You got this session.
Come
I
in
can't-
after maybe massage, like you go in and get treatment, and then you go in and get treatment.
But see, I'm not like, I can't relate because, I don't walk around like that. I like my undergarments. You know what I mean? I feel more secure with them on. I wear them. So I don't know. And then it's crazy if they were coming from practice, I would say who practices like that?
No.
But I had a teammate that practiced like that.
No.
I don't know how you do that safely.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. But I had a premium.
He didn't have hops. We know that.
My teammate, shout out to him. I'm not gonna say his name. He wouldn't care anyway, but I'm not gonna say his name. But yeah, one time we were practicing, he's going for a layup. I said, bro, what? What? The pants were coming down.
There's a lot of movement going on over here.
What the
What's
hell?
happening?
His pants were coming down as he was going up for a layup. I said,
He was
come
like,
on.
"Is that taco meat? What's that?"
I said, come on, man. What are we doing?
My man
bro?"
was looking for any advantage that he could get. That's terrible.
So yeah, no, I listened. Very, very good, by the way.
The on the
Very,
fly
very funny.
remark was one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
What'd you say?
When you referenced a particular part on the sly.
Oh yeah.
That was just one of my favorite lines of all time.
Yeah, the moniker was crazy though. That's how we started it. The moniker was.
I feel
said,
like-
yo.
I feel like it was I feel like more than any other Heat Check episode, it was a window into Trista's mind a little bit.
These are things. So I dissect things to like levels because it's just the way my brain goes. Like I need to imagine being there, like at the scene, right?
Yeah.
And like as soon as you go there, I feel like you just start asking follow-ups upon follow-ups. And the follow-up questions sometimes can get you into trouble, get you into some funny type stuff.
It really does. And I just, I think about this. I'm not here to, like, it's like Damian said, you can talk about it in a way that I can't talk about it on the air, but it's like, man, like, how did we get here? Like, how did we get here? You said at least 9 times. Like, well, how did we get to
And then
three?
the at least part was my like favorite part.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
at least, like I've documented 9, but hell, it could be 14. Like I don't know. At a certain point, you just stop counting. Like is at a certain point of instances, like that's crazy. At least 9.
And then on the Josh Primo side of it, I don't know about him or anybody else. If that's going on, I would know. Like it's not, it was malfunction. I didn't know. No, I would absolutely know that that's what's going on, and that's what can be seen. It's not an accident. I know. I'm not blindsided by the fact that, hey, I didn't even know that. Really? Ah, man. No, I know exactly what's going on. It's so many more questions.
Yeah.
Hey, Trysta, Kenny had an epiphany. He said the Sacramento Kings could be in the NBA Finals this season.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more.
So I was sitting here and I was just thinking about the whole situation about, the West or whatever the case may be. And we're about almost 30 games in, 25, 30 games. And I've seen everybody in the West. West is a jumbled mess, right? And it's not a prediction. It's not a spoiler. It's just, if the Kings made the playoffs, would I sit up there and say they have no shot of beating Team X? Now, I preface it by saying if they were in the Eastern Conference, they'd have no shot of beating Milwaukee or Boston. I think in a 7-game series, I think I would even put Cleveland in there. They're not ready to beat a Cleveland in a 7-game series. But in the West, as of right now, this could change in 20 games. As of right now, I don't see that team existing. I think the Kings are as good today as anybody in the Western Conference, which means, like, yeah, they get somebody in a series. Yeah, I could see them winning 4 out of 7.
It's crazy that you had that epiphany about the Kings because I had that epiphany last night about the Blazers.
They were hooping.
It's the same exact rationale, really. It's like, if Dave's healthy and we get Gary Payton back and we get the best version of Jeremy Grant, point of attack defender, GP2 best on ball defender outside of Drew Holiday, who's right up there. And Anthony Simons is going crazy, heat check all day, every day, 7-game series. And maybe Nurk is just a beast. The rotations are crazy. Defense has been good. And maybe Shaden takes another leap and he becomes a rotation guy. Who knows? Maybe Nasir Little has some key Evan Turner moments like he did in the Denver series. Who knows? We can beat the Warriors. We can beat Denver.
But
We
look,
can beat
Trysta,
Memphis. Like, it's the exact same philosophy. Like, exactly the same.
Trysta, that type of thinking, and tell me if I'm wrong or you feel the same way, it has more to do with everybody else than specifically your team. Like I said, if they were in the East, I don't care how good I think the Kings are right now. They're not beating Milwaukee in a 7-game series.
No.
They're not beating Boston. Those teams don't exist in the Western Conference. Phoenix, who is now number 2, like they just got beat by like 90. New Orleans could potentially end up being that type of team.
I think that they're the best.
Could be that team.
Yeah, I think that they're
But
the
we don't
hardest
know.
out. In terms of like their roster, I think that they're the
The
hardest.
Pelicans.
Out. Yeah, I think that they are.
Mm.
Just because, not really because of Zion, and Zion's been awesome this year, but just what they do with their length. Brandon Ingram's insane. Brandon Ingram really is insane. He's just now shooting threes, and he's a top 5 3-point shooter by percentage in the league. And this is his first year really committing to shooting like 4 or 5 threes a game. And it's like CJ McCollum's like, hey, it's going to be really easy to get more mid-range shots if you just shoot from deep too. And he's like, okay. He's like shooting 47%. Like, he's ridiculous. CJ McCollum's the perfect fit there. I love Jonas Valanciunas. You guys know how I feel about Herb Jones. Like, he's stupid, ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Jose Alvarado is maybe one of the best sneaky, undrafted.
It's Kenny's guy.
That's my
That's
boy,
the-
Alvarado. The Alvarado
Grand-
creep. Always got to watch out for it.
Grand Theft Alvarado. I love him. I love his swag. I love just everything about his mentality. He can put up buckets too. Like, this team, pound for pound, just very, very good. A bunch of guards. And who knows? Maybe they trade Devontae Graham at the deadline and they get even better. Who knows what they could get for him? Like, I don't know. It's a team that
Rashawn
down the
Holmes.
stretch. Huh?
You could get Rashawn Holmes for Devontae Graham right now.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
don't know
let's
if they
do it.
want that. I don't know if they want that.
All due respect to Rashawn. I
Shout
like
out to
Rashawn.
Rashawn.
Great dude.
Why is it happening to him? Why?
That's a question a lot of people have speculated on the answer to. I think there's a disconnect on the defensive end that Mike Brown just will not allow. There's the 3-point shooting. Trey Lyles is a better 3-point shooter than Rashawn. Chimezie Metu is a better 3-point shooter than Rashawn is, but I think it's a little bit deeper than that, and I think it's on the defensive end.
Stylistically, I think too. Maybe just that as well, because he was getting a lot of run like last year, 2 years ago.
Different coaches, man.
Different mentalities, different styles, and then like you find yourself on the outside looking in, being like, "Oh, I don't have any role here in this place." In this, talk about bad 3-point shooting. I was looking this up yesterday. 2 days ago, maybe. And then actually John Hollinger wrote an article about it just today.
Nice. He loves us. Too.
Yeah. Is Trae Young stinks. He stinks. Like, I know that's like a real broad generalization. I think if you're looking at players that we think are elite shooters, this is coming out of the blue from the clouds just to stray on Trae Young for no reason. Like, he's supposed to be an elite shooter. This man's shooting 28% from 3.
Ugh. It's not good.
From 38 last year to 27.8% this year.
And he got the nerve to be mad at Nate McMillan. Man, get
Yeah.
a break.
Did you guys think that the reporter was foul? Did you think Trae Young handled it not well? Or do you think they both were kind of not great?
Me personally, maybe I wouldn't be a good reporter. because I'm not a chatty patty.
Then you wouldn't be a
look
good
at
reporter.
look
That's
at that,
literally what reporters
but I look
do.
at that type of stuff as that whole story. That's not for public consumption.
Is it not?
I
If we're
disagree a
looking at
little bit.
windows into a team's dynamic, do
Yeah.
you not think that that's important if you can get access to that information and once it's been publicized, get more, I guess, detail into how it really went down and how it's going to affect the team moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand the role of reporters and stuff like that. I just know how I'm wired. I wouldn't. It's not my business.
What you
Like that's
think?
not my business. I would like to know the
You-
story, but
Yeah.
I'm not like, hey guys, look, check this out. So this is what's really going on in it.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, I think that's you just described what a reporter has to do.
Mhm.
I mean, if nothing else, the relationship between a star player and a coach.
Or at the very least in real time, right? So like when things are all said and done, I can absolutely see myself and understand writing a expose. This is why this didn't work out, and this is what happened. But in the middle of it, I don't know. But
What
that's
do you
just-
think? How do you think that plays in now that we have betting booming, right? Like, how do I look at the dynamic of Trae Young and Nate McMillan and the Hawks from a betting lens? How does Vegas see Atlanta from a betting lens?
I feel like
They're all
Vegas
of a
knows
sudden-
whether it's reported or not. Like somehow
Vegas
Vegas
always
knows.
Yeah. So that's kind of my curiosity as well. Like, I'm fading Trae Young now, like under 10.5 assists, not just because, listen, like John Collins is in a boot and you've got DeJounte Murray with a sprained ankle and DeAndre Hunter, who's got some sort of random injury, I forget. But like, not just that he doesn't have Kevin Huerter anymore, but like, does he really want to involve his teammates and are they capable of putting in buckets or is he going to try to do it himself? Right. So his assist prop 10.5. Are we down to take the under on that now that all of this is going on? Like, I think that's what, for me I love the T, as you guys know. That's why I love that.
Well, look, as a consumer of the sport, I love it. Like this is what makes the NBA the best league in the world. Not necessarily like drama like that, like coaches and players not getting along, but just over the course of the season, we have all these little different stories and storylines that happen. So as a consumer, I love it. I don't want it to see it go anywhere. But if I was Trae Young or Nate McMillan, I'd be mad that they got out.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I'm Nate McMillan, I'm mad that this is happening, period.
There's that.
Before we bring Kyle in, who appears to be rocking a dope hoodie, how's your hand?
Oh, it
no.
hurts so bad. It hurts
Oh, what
so
did
bad.
you do?
So you know how they have those little like arm rests on the chairs?
No, we don't.
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
have
what
no
that's
idea.
like. Like, I don't know who the genius who put this studio together is, but we are armless here. But I believe I recall chairs with arms on them. Yes,
Yeah, so I went like this on the arm like because it was I had a prop that was like very close to not hitting. Sadiq Bey, 14.5 points and rebounds. And I think he was at like 12 with maybe a minute and 40 seconds left in the game. And I'm like, he's just not going to get it. Like, he's just not. And it was a 3-leg parlay for like plus 700. So it was like, it was going to be a nice little payday. And it hit while we were on the air. And I just had this like elation, like that. This is kind of like if I hit big shots in a game, like I go bang, bang, you know, like I do that bang, bang, you know, and I did that with the chair, like bang, bang, let's go. And it hurts so bad right here. It
Oh
hurts.
man!
Like I at one point woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, did I fracture like a bone in there?
Oh man!
Yeah.
And then okay, and then BetQL posted a picture of you just completely like laid out.
was crazy.
Like, what was the story behind that?
Oh, what was that? It was like
That when you lost the parlay?
Yeah, it was a loser. It was, I want to say it was like a last second. Oh, I know what it was. The Timberwolves up like 30 points to the Indiana Pacers. I have them in a parlay minus 2.5 just for the first half.
Mhm.
I think Tyrese did end up playing, but he was questionable. The line was 2.5. They're up at one point, like 30, 35 points almost.
Damn.
They ended up giving that lead away and winning the first half by 2.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on.
What's going on?
Come
with
on.
these
Go ice the hand, Trysta.
Where's Kyle? Is he coming in?
Yeah, I got you
Right
right here.
I
Kyle
like the
Madson.
handoff.
guys? Hey.
What's going on?
I like the like we're on CNN and it's like, all right, hey, what's up, Kyle? Blah blah blah. All right, slide out.
Totally. This was weird
Don't
because
do
usually
that. Don't do that.
usually when I come on here and I'm like backstage, you guys are talking about literally anything that's not like betting related. So in the first thing
never
I
talk
came
about
on
that.
today, you're like, I like this over. It's like, the hell?
We were talking about the drama with Trae Young
Okay.
and how I love the drama and how Kenny said he wouldn't be able to ask Trae Young like what was up with that. Because
I wouldn't be reporting on it.
You
I would
wouldn't
ask. I would.
you
pull
wouldn't-
If Trae Young was on your show right now, you wouldn't ask him that?
Yeah, but I'm not a reporter. Like,
But it doesn't matter, right?
If he's here, I would ask him about it. But what
on
I'm
the
talking
show.
about, yeah, as a reporter, you don't have a show. You sitting up here saying, "Oh,
Well, they have a paper. Their paper is their show, or their blog is their show.
So
or their-
wait. You think we as people with shows have more credence and right to ask those type of questions than people who cover the team day to day and don't have a show?
No." And from everything that I see, those weren't questions. That was somebody reporting on what somebody told them and putting it out there. And I'm not even looking down on anybody for doing it. I'm just saying the
No,
type
but
of
did you
guy
see
I
did
am,
you see the interaction between the reporter and Trae Young?
I didn't see that.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just
Oh.
talking about the story being out in general. Like,
Got you. So the
that's what I'm
reporter
talking about.
asked Trae. The reporter asked Trae at the podium, like, "Hey, why didn't you come to the game?"
Mhm.
And he was like, "There's some things that have happened behind the scenes. It's very unfortunate that got out, but everything's good inside. So you need to kind of stick outside where you are and leave it to people inside." And he's like, "Yeah, but like John Collins was in a booth and he was at the game. Why weren't you, the leader of the Atlanta Hawks, at the game?" And he's like, "Man, you're just like at me right now, bro. You're just at me." He was like, "Psh, like what? Like you guys need to look it up. It's
No,
phenomenal."
look,
He was
I
like,
don't have no
Can you
problem.
imagine?
I don't have no problem with that from the reporter. And if I was Trae Young, I'd tell him the same thing. I'd be like, "Bro, I told you what it is. It's internal. We're handling it. We're good. Leave it at that."
But the reporter definitely has a responsibility to ask.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
have-
bro.
I don't
But
have
why
no
weren't you
problem.
at the game? Like,
I told you.
"Can
the
you
only-
just give us a straight answer? Did he tell you not to come into the game? Did you not come to the game on your own? Those are the only two scenarios. Did you have death in the family? Was there an emergency? Like people have a right to know why a healthy or maybe slightly not healthy Trae Young is not with his brothers right
Well,
now."
technically, I would say you don't have a right. The only person I got to answer to is my teammates and my coach. So if I
See, here's the thing,
Oh,
though.
I disagree.
What you mean
though.
I
There's
disagree?
an injury report that tells you that
Yes.
guys are out and why they're out.
Yes,
did the injury report not say why?
did not say what was going on,
Did
especially with
it say shoulder? Did injury report say with shoulder?
questionable with a shoulder. But the
That's all
question
you need
is,
to know. If that's all I want to divulge.
that's not. But see, here's the thing, Kenny. I think we're in a spot right now with and I love it, right? I love people, I love empowerment of all kinds. Increase the salary cap, increase the rights deals, pay us more, right?
Mhm.
All good. You have more voice, you can take that to a different platform, all good. But you get paid $50 million, not just a hoop. You get paid $50 million because you have to communicate with the media. That is a core part of your responsibility to the fact where you'll get fined if you don't do that.
I thought the first answer was good enough from Trae.
That my question is, if he was on the show, would you probe more?
I don't think so. I might. And once
That's
again,
cool.
Once,
I would.
Once again, I'm not.
I do it.
No,
KC can be the baby face. I'll be the bad
look,
guy.
I'm not even. The reporter did his job. The
Right.
reporter, him probing and asking questions. That's fine. I'm just saying is Trae Young, I would say I answered your question the way that I'm going to answer. I'm not going to give you the details of what's supposed to be a private matter in this locker room. That's not what I'm going to do.
Well,
right
obviously, I mean, yeah, and that's fine. But obviously it's not a private matter because someone told the reporter. So someone feels differently than Trae Young.
And that's a problem. And in Sacramento, don't we talk about that all the time? How is this stuff that's supposed to be private matters getting out?
But like, give me an example. Like
everything that's gone on with Vivek, everything that's gone on.
Yeah, we don't. But that stuff, we've established most of that stuff we don't even think is real.
But we talk about it, right? We talk about leaks, right? We talk about leaks, and we say that's a problem.
I feel like that's different. I don't feel like it's.
The reporter has all the right in the world to ask whatever questions he wants to ask.
Now that's
Trae Young.
That's a beautiful dog.
That is a pretty dog.
What's your dog's name?
This is Emma.
Emma.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
Dang, posing. Okay.
Look at that face.
But
How
don't you
old?
think
Oh, my
she's
goodness.
9? She's 9.
Oh my goodness, that's too much.
Adorable.
Don't you think with all the leaks though, if things are going to get out and they're going to get out in a way that might be wrong, don't you feel like you would want to take some control over the narrative in terms of what's really going on? Because people behind the scenes are going to say stuff that may or may not paint you in a great light. If you're Trae Young, you're not painted in a great light right now. You probably, for your brand, should say something to help it out.
Well, and that's kind of what I've always wondered. Like, I get, and I'm not in locker rooms. I've not ever been a professional athlete, FYI. Sorry to disappoint everybody.
Find that
Surprise. But no, but it seems like I would love for just one time for Trae to be like, all right, here's what went down. And just run, like, tell everybody what happened. I got mad at my coach. We had a disagreement over this. I was pissed. I stayed home because I didn't want to play.
I agree. With that.
Oh,
but
right.
Here's what I feel. What I agree. I would love for it, right? But I think about the other side. If you do it once, you're going to be expected to do it all the time. And sometimes you don't want to do that. So the best thing is, like, I'm going to just not say anything ever and keep it that way.
But think about like Dame. Dame always keeps it a buck and he doesn't reveal anything that's putting the organization in danger. He's candid and open and yet still not feeling like, oh, this is an everyday thing. I'm a doormat. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a balance there, which is why he's been as revered and loved, I think, in the fan base as he has. Like when you hear people say, oh, well, and I like Trae Young, but they're saying, well, we need to have him be a more positive leader in the locker room. And your last coach was fired because of his relationship with Trae. And now the second coach looks like he might be on the way out because of Trae. You have to say, I'd love to know more about what's happening here.
Well, here's the other thing. It's easy for Dame to do that because Dame's probably not doing shady stuff like Trae Young.
Yes.
It's easy to tell the truth when you're on the right side of it. If you're doing some crazy stuff like Trae Young is, you probably want to keep your mouth shut.
And when there's dirt and there's smoke and there's fire, people are going to continue to dig. So, like they say, Emma, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up.
I can't wait till I can't wait till De'Aaron's first appearance on the shop where he's just like, dude, my ankle was fine last year. Like everybody knows what it was. I needed a couple of guys going. Until then, my ankle hurt.
But like I told Trysta, Kyle, I love it all. As a consumer of all this, I love it all. This is what in some ways gets us through the season, right? Like these little nuggets and these little storylines from week to week. I love it. I love consuming it 100%.
There's nothing worse than the person whose take is like, there's too much drama. Just focus on the basketball. And it's like, oh, I'm going to focus on the basketball too. But like, there's 82 of these games and it's December. I don't give a rip right now. Like, give me the drama.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. I'll focus on basketball in March.
Yeah.
I'm able to multitask.
Yeah.
Personally.
Right. Yeah. It's not that's the thing. It's not that hard. Like, I'm going to go watch the Warriors game and then I'm going to dig into why Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face. Like, you can do both.
Yeah.
¿Por qué no los dos?
You could argue one's a little bit more important than the other too.
Yeah, right. The punch in the face didn't get a win or loss.
Right. Exactly. We're going to talk 49ers football.
Yeah,
I don't know if you-
it's a 49.
I know,
Man.
it's-
Come on, man. You see it?
That's my
Tristan,
way
you ever
out.
You ever notice every Friday I be having my Niner gear on? It's 49 Friday.
I did notice. I'll start participating.
Real quick.
Are we
Should
breaking? I'll
Should I
participate if
back
break.
you guys? Should I back you guys? Minus
Absolutely.
3.5.
Absolutely, that's easy work.
That's easy work.
I'm waiting. I'm feverishly refreshing the injury
I like-
report.
Nick
not out yet.
Bosa questionable.
Not that injury.
Jimmy
report.
Garoppolo's out.
Not that one. Jimmy's
Uh,
out. Huh? Who knew?
Yeah, swear to God. I like the under, by the way. I think
Lance
I
I
think
do
it's
too.
37.5 is a crazy high number. It's super low, obviously, but I feel like I don't
Oh.
think they're gonna have a hard time scoring.
She said you guys. I thought she was talking about the Kings. She's talking about the Bucks and 49. That's
Yeah.
me. That's my bad.
Niners won by
And the
10.
number's the same.
It might
Kings plus 3.5. So
Niners Bucks might be like 13-9.
I agree.
Niners won by 10.
Wow. Alternate line, then I'd take the Niners on an alternate spread.
See, now you're talking metrics. I don't know.
This is the most betting talk we've had in years.
That's
What's
weird.
the alternate line?
I don't know. Let's find out. We can figure it out. Let me just do that right
Well, while
fast.
you're
Dane,
looking
what time do we have to break?
De'Aaron, Terrence, and Donovan all listed as questionable.
Hmm.
Still, what's a break?
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
what's
making sure.
that?
It's my producer brain working. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't know what a break is. Yeah. Look, can we get? I mean, we've the fifth strain is.
Let's go.
It's gotta be Jesse.
He's like, we don't break here. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll break when we break.
Yeah.
You can
Great.
get minus 9.5 plus 200.
Ooh, +2. That Pow.
Yeah, it's not a great number, right? You
No,
get
that's not.
I mean,
enough.
I
can
wouldn't
get-
take that betting wise, but I
you
think
can
that's-
actually get minus 7.5 at plus 175. That's probably a better number. Minus
that a lot better.
7 at 160.
Hmm.
6.5 at plus 140. I think the
6.5
number is
is
6.5 at plus 140.
That's a good number.
I guess I would go with 6.5.
Yeah.
That's the number
too.
I would take. You're not
Plus
getting that much
200.
value to 10. Damien's
that's
like, I don't like this conversation. This is whack."
I want to talk about big eye emojis.
Don't
this
we
is-
all? Don't we all? I love you guys so damn much. I've had a tough couple of days. I'll
no.
tell you guys about that at another date offline, maybe online, depending on what ends up happening with
Hey,
this
where
whole
are
thing.
you?
It's still TBD. But you guys always are a
Well,
bright-
I don't like what that sounded like. So let's just be clear. If you're always a part of this show.
100%.
Oh no, it's
Mhm.
not like that.
Okay.
But
Alright.
you never, you know how it is. You know what time it is.
Oh yeah, I wait for that call every day.
Not
why we-
that call. Fool, come on.
Oh, okay.
Not
my
like
bad.
that. No,
She
we've
said,
got
"I'm
some
franchise."
chaos in the ranks.
You
said,
are
She said, I'm
franchise.
franchise. I ain't going nowhere. I'm franchise. That's what she
facts.
said.
Yeah.
Wow, our staff.
You guys immediately went to like the worst case scenario.
Well,
Sheesh.
shoot, I know what industry
I
we're
feel,
in.
but now
Hey, we're hey,
I
that's bad.
Guy trouble. That's what I got a tone of.
I think we all went there, which is bad. They're like, damn, Trysta definitely got fired for sure.
No, look. The,
She pushed it just a little too much.
It was the
I went-
beam comment.
I went to guy trouble. That's the vibe I got from this.
Mm.
No. It's
No,
working.
Trista
working.
don't sweat no dude. Like,
This
what are
is
you
true.
talking
This is
about?
true.
Trista
I
don't
don't-
sweat no
I
Chain
dude.
forgot
around
who I
my
was
neck,
talking
come
to.
on.
I forgot who I was
Come on,
talking
man.
to.
Come on.
Hey, we got you. 10 times out of 10, we got you.
Keep your toes down. 10 toes down. What's that street? J Street, L Street, K Street. What's the one
It's
they think I'm
Trista
gonna
All of them.
Street now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the streets. See
You'll
ya.
be surprised to know we have all the letters down there. They're
Our
they're-
street,
they're-
hey, sneaky R Street's where the vibe is.
Nice.
Ice blocks, they be popping
I'm starting to think about it. Are we the only city like this?
with the number streets.
Yeah, because San Francisco ain't like
Those
that.
are
right?
letters, Damien.
Yeah. Well, we got
So
numbers.
Portland
too.
has that as well.
Portland does?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, letters and
DC
numbers.
has it as well. You should know DC has it. You've been here.
I've been more to Baltimore more than DC.
I
Different
love
universe.
DC.
It's awesome. Awesome. I love this little I don't know what it's called, but the crossover with Kyle. Let's keep it rolling. Now you can feel less salty when I'm taking up all your time.
Yeah, it's fine. 2:36 is about normal for me hopping on. So
All right, guys. See you soon.
All
See you
right.
next week.
later.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye. That's Trista Krick right there. 236. It's a new record. So again, this started at going from 2 to 213, and then it started going from 213 to 220, and we blew right past 230 into 237. It's amazing. This is amazing.
The crazy thing is, we need like 13 minutes from Kyle.
We very much need our minutes with Kyle Madson to count as we welcome in the host of Candlestick Chronicles, the Prince of Niners Wire, the curator of vibes over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. The Brock Purdy era has begun. Our mutual friend Tracy Sandler described the atmosphere at practice as calm and confident. How are you feeling about the beginning of the Brock Purdy era this Sunday?
I think the Niners will probably win, but I'm not feeling great about Brock Purdy, to be honest with you. There's all this, like, Bill Cowher put out a video today on the 33rd team that had like this weird music, and he had this weird narrator voice. Like, dude, you're Bill Cowher, you're supposed to growl, right? And he was like, Brock Purdy going up against Tom Brady, they had similar beginnings. Not saying Brock will beat Tom, but why not dream, or whatever he said? I don't know. It was weird. He played 3 quarters, and like he played better than I was expecting, for sure. But the bar is 3rd string quarterback. The bar is not Jimmy Garoppolo or Tom Brady or whatever. The Bucs have had a week to game plan, because you saw the Dolphins. Like, the Dolphins on the fly aren't just going to be like, hey, here's how we're going to disguise our coverages. Like, that's stuff you do during the week. You don't make that up on iPads or Microsoft Surface tablets on the sideline. So I think with Todd Bowles, who's a very good defensive coach, and he calls our defensive plays, he's going to mess with Brock Purdy in ways that the Dolphins on the fly just couldn't. Like, you saw him throwing 0 blitzes and just bringing a bunch of guys and be basically like, hey, if you can make the throws, fine. And he did make the throws when he needed to, and they won. That's great. But Todd Bowles is going to get a little more creative, and the picture he sees before the snap is going to be different than what he sees after the snap. So I think we're going to see more rookie mistakes. He had a few of them in that game against Miami, and I think we're going to see more. And it wouldn't surprise me if it turns into a turnover or two where, like, I'm with you, Casey. I think they win, but I think it's going to be a lot more because Tampa Bay has trouble scoring on the 49ers than it is like, oh, Brock Purdy's awesome.
Yeah. No, that's really where the confidence for me comes from, because that 49ers defense obviously is elite, and that Bucs offense for the most part this year has just looked anemic, even with the comeback on Monday night. I mean, they had 3 points with 3 minutes to go. So, yeah, man, Brock was better than I thought he would be. I'm kind of with you, where as I got a optimistic outlook for what he could be. I've heard a little too much all week about, like, people have been national and local have been a little too complimentary of Brock Purdy for my liking. Like, I still can't get over the fact that he was the last pick in the draft. You know, he was that for a reason. Now, we see all the time where undrafted guys or, you know, late pick guys, you know, are better than people give him credit for. First guy that came to my mind was Jake Delhomme, right? Like, I don't know what he was drafted, but he kind of came out of nowhere. So it happens, but that's usually the exception and not the rule. And I don't want to treat Brock Purdy like the rule. Like, oh, like the rule is he's got Kyle Shanahan and weapons, so he's going to be just fine.
Sure.
Like, I got to see some more.
Jake Delhomme was an undrafted free agent, by the way. Just look that up.
Gotcha.
But the thing is like, I don't want. You're right. The discourse has gotten out of control. It's like, is Brock Purdy the starter next year? Like, oh my God, could he be the starter on Sunday first? So the thing is, and you bring up a good point of, like, guys coming out of nowhere. Tom Brady came out of nowhere, like, after he'd had a year. And Jake Delhomme came out of nowhere, like, a little later. This is Brock Purdy's first start. He's 22. He has no pelts on the wall in the NFL. I know he had 1,600 passes or whatever it was at Iowa State, and he played a bunch of Big 12 games, and he started for 4 years, and he was, you know, I understand all that. I understand the background. So the base that he has is solid, but if Brock Purdy is going to win a Super Bowl, like, let's just say, hey, guaranteed Brock Purdy is going to win a Super Bowl at some point in his career. We're just saying that hypothetical. I don't think he will, but let's just say it. It's not going to be in 2022, his rookie year. A rookie's never started the Super Bowl, much less won one, much less Mr. Irrelevant doing it. And prior to this, a Mr. Irrelevant had never thrown a pass in the NFL, and now one's starting a game. So it would have to be the last pick in the draft, starting a Super Bowl in his rookie year. Like, those are 3 massive mountains to climb. And if any team was going to do it, like, this is probably the one with just their offensive playmakers and their defense and stuff. But I think the idea that, like, oh yeah, hey, it's going to be fine. Like, he can just do what Jimmy does. Like, I'm not ready to say that. Like, that's a lot. And then the playoffs are a different animal. So, I mean, we'll see. It's going to be a week to week thing. I think there's going to be ups and downs, but I do think that it's gotten a little bit crazy.
Wow.
Hey, Kyle,
Yeah.
you can hang out like 12 more minutes.
that's why I was asking if you guys were going to break, because if you were, then I was just going to.
I think this is the absolute latest we can break. So we'll break now. We'll come back. We'll talk a couple more minutes with Kyle Madson about 49ers football this weekend and James Ham at the top of the hour. Injury report still has Donovan Mitchell, Terrence Davis, and De'Aaron Fox all listed as questionable. I think those are real-life game time decisions. So we'll keep you guys updated as we continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The segment with Chris is probably going to have to be like cut too, because the Aaron Judge stuff was in there.
Yeah, for sure.
We had Chris on when in that brief moment that Aaron Judge had signed with the.
That was crazy. I'm sorry, Casey. That sucked.
That was some bullshit. Can't believe it.
In the same conversation with Chris Biederman, we found out that in fact was not true.
Well, yeah, if you talk to him for more than 14 seconds, then yeah. That was nuts, bro. John Heyman's better than that.
That's tough, man. That's so tough. I kind of felt for him a little bit. That is a tough one to get wrong.
Hey, Kyle, I want to ask you the question that Bonte Hill asked everybody. Did you see the one yesterday where what's the Warriors record on January 1st?
Oh, yeah.
I think I had them in like
8 games?
20. There's like 13 games or something like that. I had them in like 17 and 20.
Yeah, 8 games between now and January 1st would be crazy. Yeah, I don't think they're going to win a lot of these games. Like Draymond today was talking about, like he and Steph talked to the guys about like it's time to lock in and start stacking some W's. It's like, okay, that's great, but you're still getting a lot of minutes from Anthony Lamb. Like, I don't know. It's 13 games, but it's like they have this crazy East Coast trip coming up where it's like the Bucks and the Sixers and the Nets and the Knicks and the Pacers. I think they win like 4 of them. I just don't have a lot of confidence that this team's any good.
That's the thing that I keep wondering about with them, man, is like I think just as basketball observers, like we've seen them, flip the switch, so many times. Like, oh, they struggle a little bit, and then all of a sudden, and it looked like they were doing it already this year, right? Like about a week ago, looked like, okay, here come the Warriors being the Warriors, but then they went right back into this whole little, kind of mid spill, and I don't know if they're getting out of it to the point where they're like top 4 in the West.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think that's given whatever the West is separated by. Like, I think the Warriors are the 10 seed and they're like 4 games out or something right now. So it's not crazy that like the notion that they'd get to the top 4, but I mean, you're right. They just lost to the Pacers with no Halliburton and no
Turner.
Yeah, what's Turner's first name? Miles Turner. Thank you. I could want to say Trey Turner. Is like, that's definitely not right.
Story.
The Trey Turner also doesn't play for the Pacers, but
yeah.
So they lose that game at the crib at Chase. Like, they lose that game and it's like, okay, that's fine. Then they go to Utah and no Steph, no Draymond. But the fact that this is what worries me. They lost that game in Utah in unbelievable fashion. Maybe win of the year for Utah around the NBA. And it was Clay falling asleep on defense that led to the 3 that cut it from 4-1. And then it was Jordan Poole not holding onto the basketball where the Jazz were trying to foul him. Like, those are 2 guys that you're expecting in those moments to rely on. And they failed miserably. And so when it's that kind of stuff, like, Biederman says, hey, relax. Like, it's December. It's like, okay, that's fine. But usually relax, it's December was when they were, 20-6, not 13-13.
Yeah.
And looking as bad as they've looked. So I think they'll look a little better down the stretch for sure. But it wouldn't surprise me if they wind up as like the 6 or 7. Like that's hey, maybe there's some crazy turnaround coming from somebody, but I just don't see it. Kuminga looks really good though, man. If Kuminga can play defense at a high level the rest of the way.
I don't know what the deal is with Moody. Why does Moody?
It's weird.
And when he has played in the past, I like his minutes.
Me too.
Play.
He had good minutes the other night. I'm pulling the plug on James Wiseman. I'm done. He had dude. They had nobody playing the other night, and he got 5 minutes.
Damn.
He just can't. And then you'd expect a guy to go to the G League, right, and go light it up. It's like, man, James Wiseman had 35 and 20 or whatever. They're like, hey, he had 12 and 14.
Damn.
And it's
That's
like
crazy. Like, I thought James Wiseman was like kind of can't miss if he could stay healthy coming out of high school and everything.
Yeah, he just doesn't have an idea. Like,
here we go, Kyle.
All right.
Kyle Madson, kind enough to hang out with us a bit longer here, talking 49ers football as the 49ers gear up for the next start of their season. They've had a couple. Started the season like everybody else did with Trey Lance, and then that went awry, and it's like, all right, hit the reset button, start over with Jimmy Garoppolo. Things are going pretty well, and then let's do it one more time with Brock Purdy. Perhaps a bigger...
Say his name right.
Brock Purdy. An equally big story is that's a reference that Kyle doesn't get, which is my favorite part.
Is that a Brock Lesnar thing?
Hey, see, look at you.
Come on.
Look
at
you.
legend.
Look at you. Nick Bosa, did he practice at all?
No practice all week. He's questionable. I think so. One, I think the Niners think that they can stop Tampa Bay without Nick Bosa. That's one thing.
Okay.
Two, they play Seattle on Thursday night. And that Seattle game is massive. Because if the 49ers win this week and Seattle wins this week, which I think they will, they're hosting Carolina.
I got them losing.
So,
if Carolina beating them, I'm telling you.
So, okay. But let's say they both win. Let's just go to that hypothetical. And the Niners win next week, they'll have a 2.5 game lead in the division with 3 games left. Like, that's massive. They need Seattle to lose one, or they need to win one, and it's a wrap. So that's huge. They can win the division if they win and Seattle loses. They can win the division on Thursday night.
Wow.
So
I need that.
I think if my math is right, I think my math's right though.
Sounds about right. After Seattle, there's 3 games left, right? So
yeah, the Niners would be 10-4. Yeah. If they beat Seattle, they'd be 10-4, and Seattle would have. Yeah. Okay. So if they beat Seattle, they would. So that game's huge. And then if they lose and Seattle wins, it's tied and it's for first place.
Yeah.
So that's a huge game. And so I think they're looking at Bosa's injury and going, hey, maybe he can play this week, but then we put him in jeopardy for Thursday. So unless he's 100% and they're like, oh, he has no but I can't imagine that's going to be the case. So I think he doesn't play. They're listing him as questionable, but they're going to need him for that Seattle game because no matter which way you slice it, that is a huge game for them.
I got it. I actually have another philosophical question for Kyle, but that brought up a good point what he just talked about. So now I got another philosophical question. If Nick Bosa was 90%, they didn't want him, maybe to get hurt or didn't want to wear him out for the game on Thursday. Why wouldn't they kind of have a snap count for him on Sunday? So like, your snap count is 20, and maybe you won't play the first half. And if we need you, we're going to bring you in the second half. Like that, not just the Niners, but like everybody. Nobody really does that, right? Like if they say you can play, then you're playing all this, it feels like. Like why?
Yeah,
why
because if he's only 90%, that means there's some risk of re-injury, right? So whether he plays 1 snap or 20, like he could re-injure himself. And then you're keeping a guy active and in uniform who's not going to be able to contribute fully, instead of having somebody who's healthy and can contribute in some way, suited up. So if this weekend, if it was the same thing where he didn't practice and he was questionable, and this was week 7 or 18 and they had to win to go to the playoffs, then probably lean toward him playing. But because that game against Seattle is going to matter, win, lose, or draw this weekend, I think they're kind of eyeing that game.
Good point for sure.
You want to ask your other philosophical question?
Yeah, sure. So so Niners versus Dolphins last week, right? It wasn't necessarily 1-1 offense versus defense or whatever, but Tampa,
it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, Miami was up there. And I know I mentioned it to Damien, and just the way that I typically look at these matchups and thinking back off the top of my head, usually when the top defense takes on the top offense, the top defense may not win the game, but they're in control of the game, right? Like it's never like, oh, top offense versus top defense and the offense went for 45. Like that's usually not how it works. Why is that, in your opinion? Like, why is it the defense always, more times than not, getting the best of the offense?
Well, the Chiefs put up 44 in week 7.
True.
So,
that's most of the time.
Man, I don't.
Or do you even agree with that though? Do you even agree that most of the time it's the defense, I think the best defense having their way with the top offense?
Man, I don't know. I've never really thought about like why that is. I think it's just because typically a top offense is like Miami. Miami's so good on first down. Like they get into second and short a lot. And from there, it's super easy to cook a defense, right? So if a really good defense is able to, like a really good example was that, remember the play, fourth quarter, 1st and 10, they throw it to Tyreek in the flat. Like he came on that drag route and they got him isolated on Dre Greenlaw in the flat. And Greenlaw got there and just rode him out of bounds for a gain of like 3. That's a great defense making a great play and putting the Dolphins in 2nd and 7 on a play where the Dolphins are expecting to get a first down. Like that's a play they go to because Tyreek is outrunning 9 out of 10 linebackers in the NFL. And they get a first down, or they get a lot of yards and they're in a 2nd and short. But the Niners put them in a 2nd and 7 and puts them in an uncomfortable position. That's not where Tua wants to be. And I think when you go to Sunday specifically, I think Tua was just uncomfortable all game. That's why he was uncharacteristically missing throws. Like the plays were there. He just missed them. And I think you can credit the 49ers defense a little bit for getting him off his spot and for making him go to other reads that he's not used to going to and having to throw over linebackers he's not used to having to throw over. But at the same time, like he just flat out missed some throws. So I think it's a little bit because defenses do a little better job or can do a better job of dictating the offense and putting them in uncomfortable spots versus the other way around, I think. But it's kind of matchup based too, I think.
I'm going to paraphrase something Kenny said earlier in the week. It feels like this game is kind of setting the tone moving forward. Like there are going to be a lot of overreactions on Sunday night or Monday afternoon, one way or the other. Because if things can kind of hold steady with Brock Purdy, this is a Super Bowl team. This is all about the defense. This is going to be one of the greatest defenses we ever saw. But if it doesn't, especially against a Bucs team who struggled to score a couple of nights ago, needed some Brady magic to get the job done, it's going to be, oh man, it's too bad about the 49ers. Their whole season got washed away when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's going to go. And then they'll line up next week, and if they beat Seattle, it's like, oh, they're back.
Right.
That's how it's gone all year. But that's how it's gone all year. So to go back to what Casey said, because I brought up the Chiefs, I don't think the Niners defense is like, if they face the Chiefs again, I don't think the Chiefs are hanging 44 on them. But if they face the Dolphins again, conversely, I don't think the Dolphins are being held to 17. Like I think the answer is somewhere in the middle.
Quick update. I'm sorry, as we're wrapping up with
Yeah.
Kyle here. De'Aaron Fox and Terrence Davis both out tonight. That's just from the Kings. I do not have anything from Cleveland yet, but De'Aaron Fox and Terrence Davis both out tonight. Keon Ellis is with the team, and he will be active.
Okay.
We'll talk more about this. James Ham's getting ready to join us. Kyle, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you guys. This is my favorite thing to do.
I actually believe you when you say that, and that just
I
warms
mean
my
it.
heart so much. It just warms my heart. He's got his Corners of the Culture ready to
Yes,
dive
sir.
on that you can get over at D'Lo and Casey. Corners of the Culture was a beautiful thing while it was alive. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We'll talk more about De'Aaron Fox being out when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Kyle.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Do you grab a coffee on your way home?
Yeah. So Heather works in Concord, which is on my way home. And so I stop and I grab us each coffees and I drop it off for her at work. And then I come here.
Gotcha.
I'm super nice.
I believe it.
That's my what's the word? Routine. I love Fridays, bro. Friday's my favorite.
Yeah, Friday's the best.
Yeah, Friday's fun.
I tell Matt because I do post game at work, so I like have an excuse because I usually hang out till like 2 or 3. I get there like 7 or 8 and hang out till 2 or 3. My show ends at noon, and but on Fridays I'm like, I got post game on Sunday. See ya. I'll give you my extra hours on Sunday.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You gotta talk to you gotta talk to Alan one time, man. Gotta get him on here too, man.
Alan's great.
Yeah.
I rock with Alan. He's very good.
I listen to the post.
Hey, another four-way, another four screener.
Look at this.
Hey,
James.
There he is.
Hi, friends.
Oh, is that the PBR hat? Come on, that's sick. Hey, is Flaming Grill still a thing?
I don't
Does that
know.
restaurant still exist in Sac? There was a place called Flaming Grill in Sacramento. I think it still exists. But you used to be able. They used to be in just like this shack on at like Bell and El Camino, I think. And it was just a shack, and you could go in there. They have all this like really good meat. But you could get a liter of PBR for like $4.
It's like a liter of cola.
Yeah, a liter of cola.
Can I get a liter of cola?
No, that's Rabbit's coffee.
You know that reference. They don't have any idea what we're talking about, Kyle.
What are you two talking about?
Super Troopers? Nothing?
Super Troopers. I don't know, meow.
Are you saying meow? Come on. These snozberries taste like snozberries? Nothing?
So many great one-liners.
Now I know what James feels like when we do this to him.
Yeah. At least I've seen like 85% of the movies you guys bring up. It's just
That's true.
I haven't watched them multiple times.
Do you remember this scene where I think it's a lady and she goes, I don't know, it just happens. And then the guy goes, well, some things just shouldn't fucking happen.
He's been doing this all day. He can't figure out what movie it's from.
That sounds like Denzel in Training Day.
It's not because it was.
It's not, but
it was really like The Wood or something like that.
Farva.
But it wasn't The Wood. It wasn't.
No, that's Rabbit's coffee.
It was a movie like that. Damn.
Got you good, you rookie bitch.
Carr Ramrod. I wrote it on the paper.
Damien, next time I come over, we'll light the beam and watch Super Troopers. It'll be great.
It's spectacular.
Done deal.
Let's go.
Yeah, I could do that. I'll supply the beams this time. Your little baby beams last time were.
They're convenient. They're travel sized.
They definitely were. I'm like, hey, this is nice. I look back at Kyle. Kyle's head's back. This is.
I don't know what happened. It was all the Moxa beforehand.
I think that's what it was.
I got.
Doing the Bernie lean.
I was like, this shit is hitting Kyle a lot different.
I was on Jupiter, James. Oh my God.
Jupiter.
Anyways.
Yikes.
I love you guys. I love we're all right. See you, buddy.
Here we go.
All right. That was a fun commercial break.
That was.
As we welcome in. Fridays really are the best, man. They're so much fun.
I don't want to say this to disparage anybody, but Thursdays and Fridays, man, that's when it pops off.
Yeah,
it pops
that's real
off
talk.
there.
Yeah, that's real talk. As we bring in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, the Kings just told us that De'Aaron Fox and Terrence Davis are out tonight. That was directly from the Kings. It's not from the injury report. So the best of my knowledge, we don't have an update on Donovan Mitchell yet. So what's that look like for the Kings tonight with both of those guys out?
Yeah, I'm going to guess that Davion Mitchell gets a start and that they're going to keep Malik Monk in the same position that he's been so successful in lately, coming off the bench. It's not a good thing for Sacramento. This is a guy that has been so incredibly good all season, and you got to worry that this thing is lingering a bit. It's been, 2 or 3 weeks that he hasn't looked sort of like himself, and you need him 100% and ready to roll. And I told you guys a couple of, it was probably 2 weeks ago now, he came limping into the locker room. He was hurting, and there is no question that he has been playing through an injury. We just don't know specific.
Oh, damn.
That is an official freeze.
Big time freeze.
That is an official freeze at 3:03.
Screenshot it, y'all.
3:03 Pacific Standard Time. James Ham has frozen. James Ham has frozen. This is a tough freeze. Bad things happening there out in Auburn. This is a tough one. We've got to let that screen live up there.
I don't know why.
Those are the rules.
I don't know why this is so funny to me.
I don't know either. I feel like James hasn't frozen in a while.
Yeah,
I think James
placing bets. And everything.
Like the wagers have stopped being laid, and it's just here we are, at the holidays with it is cold outside, but we've got a cloudy 53 degrees, but a frozen James Ham here on the screen, and he was leading into De'Aaron's injury and what he's been dealing with his foot, which again I think he spoke about for the first time on record with Jason Anderson in the Sacramento Bee. So it's and I think for those who have been at games, because for me it was far more noticeable in the arena than at any time prior on television. As we welcome back frozen James Ham. James, you had just mentioned De'Aaron Fox limping into the locker room, and I had said it was far more noticeable for me that something was wrong with De'Aaron Fox when I watched him in person, because it felt like, and I think we've talked about this before, it felt like every dead ball he was just trying to get from point A to point B without hurting himself. But when the whistle blew, he was ready to go. He's clearly been in some discomfort with that foot for a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And, it's tough when you're trying to play through it at the NBA level. And we're talking about a load-bearing, situation here. He needs his feet to do everything. He's so quick, and I hope that he's able to heal up quick. We don't know how long it's going to be at all. It could just be one game. He thought he would try to play through it. He's been playing through it, but I think sometimes this catches up to you, especially when you hit the road. And we've talked about this too, where everybody's body's different. What happens on an airplane and altitude and everything else, you just don't know what your foot's going to look like when you get to the next city. And so hopefully he speeds through this, and he's a guy who typically heals very quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, we're all hoping it's just, some type of soreness. I know they mentioned bruise and things of that nature, where, maybe the rest does it some good to have him, get an extra day or two of rest. The concern is if it's something structural and, it's something that's lingering, because Damien, we talked a bit about this yesterday. If it's a serious foot injury, I'm not sure what one extra day is going to do, so hopefully it's something that's just an extra day of rest will do wonders for that foot.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's going to be more than a day. We don't know for sure, but this is a situation where when he's not 100%, he's still good, and he still draws all the coverage. That's what you have to remember, that things change very quickly when you don't have one guy drawing the toughest defender every single night. And so that means that guys like Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, and Davion Mitchell are going to have to deal with somebody who's better on the defensive end than the guy that was going to be there if Fox was there. And so there's a trickle-down effect here that you're going to have to deal with if you're the Kings. And hopefully Davion comes out and plays like he did in the game where Fox went out and missed not the game that he missed, the game that he went out during the game, and then Davion was incredible. The next game when Davion got his first start, he was just kind of meh, didn't really figure out where to fit in. And I think he was overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah. We don't know the status of Donovan Mitchell yet, but I wonder if the fact that Kevin Love's out and Donovan if he plays tonight or not, he's certainly not going to be 100%. He was last listed as questionable on the injury report that came out at the bottom of the hour. I wonder if that played any factor into De'Aaron out, or if this really was a situation where De'Aaron just couldn't go.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that the Kings aren't worried about Donovan or not, that they're worried about their guy and, sort of the long-term ramifications of this if he can't shake it off and keep going. These aren't things that you want to see happen to your star player. No,
I understand, but but this is like he's played it. I mean, he said I think he told the Orlando game, it's clearly been bothering him for at least the last 7. I wonder if the tipping point was De'Aaron or his play. Like, hey, I can't do it this time, or if it was, hey, what I guess what I'm saying is whose decision was it?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Orlando that's game 8 of the season. So that's like 14 games ago. That's a long time ago if that's when he heard it. I didn't notice it until the Hawks game. That's when the first time I saw him where I thought he was walking really straight-legged. He had a wrap on one of his legs. I thought he just looked like he was beat up. But then when we got him back in Sacramento, I watched him come in late after a game and was like, oh boy, like you could see him limping around. And look, these guys, they are typically it's the big guys, but NBA players are known to have bad feet. Even just walking around on a daily basis, just because they're not missing games, these guys, their feet have taken a beating throughout their lives. And, it's one of those things. A lot of guys, we talk about movie references. It's like Boomerang. Eddie Murphy didn't like the bad feet on the ladies.
Look at that! Come on, James.
Phenomenal knowledge.
Come on, James.
You like that?
That is done, my friend.
You like that?
That is well done, my friend.
Poor Leela Rashawn.
Hammer time. Hammer time, and it's huge.
I'll tell you, it's some of these guys. It comes down to economics at some point. Their parents didn't have the ability to pay for shoes or skipping 2 and 3 sizes at a time, and B finding shoes in a size 15, finding shoes a size 17. I worked sporting goods for a long time. You only get in a handful of size 17s, and they aren't the good shoes, and they're the bottom of the barrel. And so when you got Jason Thompson, I think wore a size 22, and his toes looked like he was jammed in shoes that were at least 3 sizes too small for years, because all of his toes were curled up. These guys really, they take a beating, and Fox isn't in that category, but the way he uses his body, flies all over the place, such a quick twitch athlete, it's tough. His feet take a beating.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the life of a basketball player, and I didn't make it to the NBA, but today I don't have good feet. I mean, I don't walk around barefoot. I need some kind of cushion on my feet at all times, just because it's hard. And I didn't play in the NBA, right? And I didn't play, all these games. So, that's
played a lot of basketball on a lot of courts with a lot of shoes on.
Exactly. So that's just the nature of it all. The thing with De'Aaron Fox that, like I said, I worry about is it pain tolerance or soreness, or do you have any idea if he's like getting information from the training staff or possibly needs to see a doctor to see if this is something that could be more than just soreness?
Oh, they've been on this for weeks. I guarantee it. He's got the training staff has been all over it. I mean, for that matter, I'll tell you. Like when I was leaving the locker room, 2 games ago, I watched one of the trainers pulling Terrence Davis aside, and like literally having a heart to heart about his back. And I didn't know it at the time what the issue was because it hadn't been on the injury report. But then right after that, he was determined out for that game.
Mhm.
And it's one of those things where I literally heard them like, we can't tell you what's in your heart. You got to tell us what's happening with your body. One of those moments. And especially with, like soft tissue issues with a lower back. Like there's nothing structurally wrong with Terrence Davis's back, but he's got something going on. And so again, he's out again, and that would actually help the Kings to have a guy like that, especially if you're going to have to use Monk in a different way and more Monk, as opposed to, the 22 and a half, 23 minutes a game he's averaging right now.
His back stuff just almost impossible to play through. Like that's just so uncomfortable. That stuff is difficult to even move with.
I can attest to that.
Yes, yes, you can. Yeah. As James hurts his back. Hey, James, you think you could sit through 12 hours of radio for the next 3 days while Kenny's taking care of the baby? Well, looking at this game, otherwise, James, obviously this was the first time these two teams met. It was a big turning point for the Kings. It was a huge win for them. Arguably the biggest of the season, certainly one of them. But when you look at the numbers, man, there are some numbers that did not go their way, particularly the rebounding numbers. They were out rebounded by somewhere around 1 million. The offensive rebounding was like 12-2, coming off the heels of what we saw against the Bucks, where they were out rebounded both overall and just destroyed on the offensive boards as well, and how frustrated Mike Brown appeared following that game with the way that his team played. How different do you think tonight's game is versus the one we saw earlier this season, with the obvious absence of De'Aaron and Terrence? Actually, Terrence didn't play in the first game, so it was just De'Aaron.
Yeah, it's really tough because it's not just their bigs. So they have these crazy long, rangy bigs in Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. But then, in the game against the Kings, the last time, Karis LeVert had 10 rebounds. And Kevin Love came off the bench and had 8 rebounds. This is a team that can actually go out and hit you with a big-time rebound number. The Kings this season have been exceptional on the defensive glass. They were number 1 coming into the Bucks game. I think they've dropped to number 2 at this point. But, you're still on occasion going to give up a few offensive rebounds. It's the teams that aren't great three-point shooting teams that you always have to look out for with the offensive rebounds. Because good shooting teams, they don't have those crazy long rebounds all the time. And that's what the Bucks game, a bunch of long rebounds. And I think it's the same thing you're going to run into with Cleveland. Like they have a tendency to have a bunch of long rebounds just because they aren't knockdown 3-point shooters all over the court. It should be a lively game. You got to keep a body on somebody. I don't think even in that first game, I'd have to look it up, but how much did Chimezie Metu play in that game? He played, almost 13 minutes. And only had 1 rebound. Like Chimezie Metu is a different player today than he was then. And Domantas Sabonis only had 5 rebounds in that game.
That's crazy.
I expect this team the Kings to play better around the basket. And what we're seeing with Sabonis and his ability to bully people and push people around, especially these thin guys, he's really kind of hitting his stride. And I think this will be a highly competitive game again. Whether the Kings can pull it out, I have no idea. But this road trip was always going to be extremely difficult. Adding in a De'Aaron Fox foot issue is just going to make it that much more, difficult to get through.
That first game with Metu, That was the real time transformation of the Metu we know today. Because if you guys remember, I know James will probably remember this. That was the game where Metu was wide open at the top of the key and was so unsure of what to do because he was trying to do what Mike Brown has always told him to do, that he traveled. Remember that? He was wide open. And last year's Metu would have pulled that with no hesitation. But he caught the ball and he just kind of, I'm not really supposed to take this shot, and just walked with the ball. So
just John Moran'd with the ball all over the
right.
board. John Moran'd with the ball.
So yeah, it is a different Metu at this point in time.
These teams are different.
They are different. They are different
than the first time they played.
You talked about kind of what I talked about the other day, James, in that Bucks game with the long rebounds and things of that nature. And I know, you know, the size of the Cavs with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley and those guys is an issue. But just like with the Bucks with Brook Lopez and Giannis and Bobby Portis, I didn't necessarily think the size hurt them that much on the boards as it was the guards forgot to get in there and get dirty and rebound those long boards. And I hope that, and I'm pretty sure Mike Brown was all over that in the film study. And if they're going to see more of that again today, I think those guards will be ready to, you know, get ready. Don't leak out too early, or don't just stand there watching. Get ready to get those long rebounds and those tap outs.
Yeah, I think that's one of the, I know it sounds really strange, but it's one of the really big areas that you're going to miss De'Aaron Fox. You know, he's averaging 5 rebounds a game this season. And for the things that Davion Mitchell does do well, he is not a good rebounder. He's not a guy that's going to go in and mix it up. You know, Fox is right now, his defensive rebound percentage is at 15.7, which is like basically 5% higher than any time in his career. He really is taking it upon himself to be a better rebounder. And if you're losing him as, you know, a guy who's coming back and getting boards, somebody else has to step up. And whether that's Kevin Huerter, who again isn't a great rebounder, you know, Malik Monk is a guy that does actually do pretty well, but you know, we're talking about Davion Mitchell averaging 2.3 rebounds per game and Huerter averaging 3.2. You just need to be better from everyone, but probably more specifically from Harrison Barnes, from Chimezie Metu, and from Keegan Murray. Like, these guys need to get in there and help Sabonis out, especially against a super, super long and athletic team.
Harrison Barnes, very good the first time these two teams played, by the way. Led the team in rebounding. Unfortunately, he led the team with 9. That was the team leader. The team leader in rebounds. He had 20 and 9 in that one. You mentioned Keegan Murray. I feel like Keegan's gotten a little bit more comfortable. You know, you talked about this before the Bucks game, that he's going to have to, you know, he's done really well at home, and you're starting to see signs of maybe him getting back to that form that we saw at the beginning of the season. And even though, you know, I thought the Kings overall played pretty well in that Bucks game, but I thought Keegan did play well, and I feel like we're starting to see Keegan Murray kind of go back to what we saw at the beginning of the year, get more comfortable even on the road.
Yeah, I mean, he is starting to find his game again. And look, he's a rookie. Like, if you shake a rookie's confidence, it sometimes takes 2 weeks to get through it, you know, and I think he's playing a lot better. He's had, you know, personal stuff going on off the court. But, you know, the 3-point shot is coming around. Whether it's going in every time or not, it at least looks better. And we're seeing the defensive improvements too. That's where I think in this game, if he can find a way to slow down Karis LeVert, and if he gets switched on to Mobley, that's going to be trouble. But we've kind of seen that the Kings, last time these two teams played, that Harrison Barnes took on Mobley. It's just a tough guard, like for all the teams in the league, but the Kings just don't have that guy. I almost wonder if the Kings will start to look at, you know, like KZ Okpala again in this game to go up against the length of Mobley, because he has shown that he can be physical with slider players like this, but he's just so rangy. Mobley is just so rangy and so long. He's one of my favorite players, like in the last couple of drafts. I just think his potential is unlimited, and he's going to be really good. Like 2-3 years down the road where you're just like, holy cow, probably a top 15 player in the league.
Yeah. Do you look at because one of the things that I was kind of looking at, and I want to see what you think about this, is even with De'Aaron Fox and Terrence Davis out, if you look at the roster for the Cavs, especially with them having Kevin Love out and potentially Donovan Mitchell out, I think it's a situation where the Kings are a little deeper team than the Cleveland Cavaliers are. Now, we want to say top end talent and all this other stuff. That's one thing. But with Love and with Donovan Mitchell, that bench wasn't very productive the first time they played. So they're already out Love. Then if they're down Donovan Mitchell, I think that may, kind of even the playing field, the fact that the Kings have more people to go to in their rotation than maybe Cleveland normally does.
Yeah, you know what? The other guy who's missing is Dean Wade, and that doesn't seem like it would be such a
D
huge...
Wade, baby, you can't
Yeah.
win when you miss D Wade.
That's right. But I mean, this is a guy who averages 24 minutes a game, and he's shooting 41.1% from the field. So if you pull all of their 3-point shooters, they're missing. If Mitchell doesn't play, he leads the team at 42.4%. And then we look at Darius Garland at 39.7%. But then you start getting into like D Wade at 41.1 and Kevin Love right there at 38.6. It's the potential for them to be missing 3 of their top 4 3-point shooters is there. And this already is a team that, do you fear from, they're number 8 in the league in 3-point percentage at 37.4, but they're 21st in attempts. So it's not really their game. And so if the Kings can figure out a way to kind of collapse the lane, tighten things up, especially if they're missing multiple shooters, that's how the Kings could make up for lacking De'Aaron Fox on their end.
Sorry. I was just going to say last game against the Lakers with no D Wade, they got 7, 10, 11, 17, 19 points off the bench. The Cavs did, and that was with 43 from Donovan Mitchell. So
that's no Kevin Love too, I assume.
That's with Kevin.
Oh, that's
Love.
with Kevin Love.
Had 2, so take his 2 away. 15 points off the bench.
Oh man,
yeah,
taking Kevin.
So
Love's 2
I
points
think
away.
that
It's crazy.
The Kings might that might be a little bit of an advantage for them, that they have a number of guys that they're used to playing and used to asking to do some productive things, as opposed to the Cavs bench a little bit.
Yeah, that, and again, run a zone for stretches. Like, just clog everything up for them. They don't have a motion offense like the Kings do. And like their one major offensive weapon coming into this game, if Mitchell doesn't play, you might be able to neutralize in Darius Garland. You might be able to have Davion Mitchell really focus on him and take a lot of his game away. And then it becomes, how much can you slow down Karis LeVert? How much can you slow down their 2 bigs? Again, I thought last time these 2 teams played, Sabonis just buried Jared Allen in the post. And that's something that I think he'll do again. And like, it doesn't matter how many of these tall, long, skinny guys that you throw at him, he seems to be able to, beat those guys up and find success.
What did you just ask me that everybody heard?
I was saying, do we have 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Danny Cunningham covers the Cavs.
Okay.
Just tweeted out, Donovan Mitchell just emerged from the tunnel on street clothes 80 minutes before tip-off. That's pretty strong sign he's out tonight.
Okay.
So still nothing official, but everybody that's there
he's late.
Is not is not thinking that he's going to play tonight.
Okay.
Pulling a Willie Cauley-Stein there. Yeah.
Oh, shame.
Sorry, Willie.
Shame.
And I got to be honest. Willie shows up 45 minutes before the game in street clothes. I got to be honest. I mean, 6:15, we're leaving the locker room. Willie strolling in, still wearing denim. And then next thing you know, he's out on the court working out. But good old Willie.
Okay. The injury report's going to drop in 4 minutes.
Yeah,
but
they play in like 7 minutes.
Why
don't we know?
They do play. Well, there is. This was what we're talking about with De'Aaron. There's the literal game time decisions. The Kings were like, well, this isn't a game time decision. De'Aaron Fox is out. Yes. Y'all talk about my level of patience. This dude right here, especially when it comes to sports, not the most patient individual. You mentioned Domantas Sabonis, James. I want to talk about him and how this offense might change with De'Aaron Fox out, but Domantas Sabonis is still available. So we'll talk about that. But first, I love that, Kenny. Hey, we got 2 seconds. Like everybody heard that. Like,
4 minutes later.
Everybody heard that. We've got tickets right now to give away to see the Sacramento Kings take on Washington on December 23rd. Those tickets are available right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, 916-909-1320. Caller number 3. We will get you all set up to see the Kings take on Washington on Christmas Eve at the Golden One Center. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with James Ham when we return here.
He's officially been ruled out.
And there you have it.
Donovan Mitchell is out.
We'll talk more about this Kings-Cavs game when we return here on ESPN 1320.
Officially out.
Yeah, I guess people put that.
That's big.
But what about the kid who bought a seat to see? Sorry. It's only fair.
Did you guys see that that thing I tweeted out with the trying to be nice, the oversized college basketball player?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And his fans were falling down, and then got up and hit a perfect backdoor pass for a dunk.
That was so wonderful.
Come on.
That was awesome. So good. So good.
Sabonis would have slipped and fell on that spot 4 times.
What?
Slip and fall right there.
Who was it? Who was he playing that day? Who was
I can't remember. There was one play he fell 3 times.
Shoving him down.
Yeah.
Who was a big name player? Who was it?
Yeah, was it Steven Adams? No, maybe
Steven Adams.
Who was it?
Hold on.
That's now too.
Let's see. Golden State, Lakers, Warriors, Nets, Spurs, Pistons. I don't remember. That's bothering the hell out of me. Who was it? Why does he keep shoving him down like that?
Yeah. Why am
This is gonna bother me. Was it
It's one of the first
Clippers, Blazers?
No.
Memphis?
I got this. No, well, that's Steven Adams.
I don't think it was Steven Adams. It had to have been Miami, Memphis, or I guess it could have been the Clippers. Or was it Nurkic?
No, because that's opening night.
Yeah, that was opening night, and it wasn't opening night. Shoot.
And it wasn't Plumlee, right?
No. God damn it.
I remember that. Like, why does he keep shoving him down? And it ends up that like he just kept hitting a wet spot on the floor, and like
he's just throwing Domantas Sabonis to the ground over and over and over again.
Yeah. Man, why are we not coming up? I'm looking at their schedule
What's
and I don't.
with Nurk. Maybe it was Nurk. I don't think it was opening night though. That's the only reason I don't think it was Nurk is because I don't think it was opening night.
Yeah. I mean, it was at home.
It was definitely at home. Maybe it was Steven Adams. Because that's on brand. Steven Adams just keeps shoving into the ground over and over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, man,
I think it was Steven Adams. That's what I'm going with.
And it wasn't Pirtle, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it was Steven.
I don't know how Domantas Sabonis slipping on the floor. Like, that's not going to get me.
Yeah, that was like me looking for that line in a movie on YouTube. It wasn't successful.
I gathered that.
Struggling.
Struggling.
Maybe it was Adam. Yeah. Okay. So now Maybe it was Adams.
I think it was Adams.
Steven Adams just manhandling Domantas Sabonis at half court.
Man, Sabonis has been hitting the head so many
Oh.
times this year.
In concussion protocol.
He's lost to contact at least 3 games that I can remember.
That's got to be tough playing basketball in contact lenses.
Yeah.
Whew. Poor guy. It seems tough to even have contact lenses.
Period. Yeah.
I don't like anything near my eyes at all. I actually have a fear of umbrellas. I don't want anything, like I was always little growing up. I was always like super small. And I remember like going to, back in the 70s and early 80s, like everyone smoked and they'd always just keep their cigarette down by their side. So anytime we went to like parades and stuff or the fair, I was always like super cognizant of like these people with their cigarettes all around my face because I was like that small running around. Yeah. I don't like anything near my eyes.
I'm guessing you're not pro LASIK surgery where they stick a laser in your eye.
Oh, goodness.
Dude, my wife did it and she said it's the greatest thing ever. Like she, because when you wear contacts, it starves your eyeballs for oxygen. Like your eyes can't breathe.
James.
All right.
Hang on, James. The end of the commercial break just interrupted James's fear of anything near his eyes, including umbrellas.
Yeah, I don't like umbrellas at all. No, they have those little points sticking out everywhere. So if the person next to you has an umbrella, it's like right there. You're like,
dangerous. Yeah. Scary times, man. Scary times. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here with us. We learned just before the commercial break, Kenny Caraway, our Cleveland insider and creator of the Cavs beat, has determined that Donovan Mitchell
gun to beat.
Donovan Mitchell is out for tonight's game. So the Cavs will be without Donovan Mitchell and Kevin Love, along with D Wade, and the Sacramento Kings will be without De'Aaron Fox and Terrence Davis as well. De'Aaron Fox dealing with an issue in his foot. Terrence Davis dealing with back soreness.
But that's big. And this goes into what I was saying. It doesn't mean they're going to, I don't know what's going to happen, obviously. You probably still favor the Cavs. But I think the Kings are a deeper team than the Cavs. And the Cavs not having 2 of their main guys in the rotation.
That's because you hate Evan Mobley. I think that's part of your feelings on this.
He's great, but he ain't playing 48. No. He's going to have to come out at some point.
I think the passive way you just said he's great is the nicest thing you've ever said or ever said about him.
Evan Mobley really good. He's really good.
It actually sounded like you meant it that time.
He is really good.
Okay.
But they only got like 5 players now that they even like.
True. that they like, yeah.
That they like. Yeah. I love Isaac Okoro. That's a guy that I wish the Kings would chase, just because they're hardly using him at all. And he's a little rough around the edges, but talk about like a NBA body and like a huge leaper. Yeah, they're going to be way shorthanded. I don't even know who they've got Robin Lopez, so they can go full Lopez on us. And we'll see how that goes.
For the Bucks, he's just not as good. How
much shoot the 3?
That's facts. You mentioned you believe Davion Mitchell will start in place of De'Aaron Fox, and Malik Monk will stay in that role. I imagine we see a lot of Malik Monk minutes tonight. But do you think, and I feel like this is true most nights, even when De'Aaron is around, does Sabonis take a bigger role as the playmaker? Does Sabonis take a bigger role as like the center of the Kings universe tonight without De'Aaron out there? Or can Davion just seamlessly step into that?
Yeah, I mean, you would hope so, but I also know that Davion is still learning how to play off of Sabonis. They still have to build chemistry. They have not spent a lot of time on the court together. And look, I think the other thing is we're going to see Matthew Dellavedova in this game. Like, we'll probably see quite a bit of Dellavedova, and this is, a homecoming of sorts for Delly. So he would like to play well here against a team that he played for most of his career. But that's a guy we thought it was just a strange thing when they kept him at the end of camp. But how many times has he come in and played already, and actually giving you minutes when you needed somebody to step in? So yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Especially Dellavedova is like a true setup man, and he can really help that second unit get going. And so I think it's good. They're going to be all right. Losing Fox is one thing, but Kings are a deep team. They don't want to lose him for any length of time, but especially against another team that's missing players, you should be okay.
To your point, James, it seems like I just watched the games, and it seems like Sabonis is the one that Sabonis and Mitchell are the two interactions where Sabonis is constantly like, no, you were supposed to be there, and I needed you to cut here, all this other stuff. Like they haven't always figured it out on the court as of yet. And, we'll see if, a game like tonight where there's extended minutes with those two on the court, if they can get some symmetry.
Yeah, I haven't seen like the Kings, like their 5-man lineups and stuff to see how many minutes that those two guys have played together. But just like it doesn't look like their chemistry has been great. And for the most part, like that's where Davion has really struggled, is learning to play off the ball. And it's not just learning to play off the ball; it's learning to play off the ball with a big that changes everything. And so we talked about how, when Halliburton and Fox were in the backcourt, that's one way where you have two primary ball handlers. But when you have a ball handling big, it's all about off-ball movement, right? And if you're not moving constantly, that's where Davion has had issues. It's that he has a tendency, we talked about this, the waiting for the bus mentality, where he kind of clicks off for a sec and forgets that he has to keep moving and moving and moving. And it's going to be on him to be better. And I think he is getting better at this aspect of the game. And it's almost because he's forced to, because he's not the primary ball handler anymore on the second unit. That's clearly Malik Monk. But even still, I'll go back to what I was just saying. Just because you play with another off-ball guy, you play with another like major minute guy who has the ball in his hands all the time like Monk, that's totally different than playing with a guy like Sabonis. You have to be just locked in 100% the entire game. And so hopefully he does figure that out.
Talking about playmaking and playmakers, we haven't talked, the three of us together haven't talked much about the Milwaukee Bucks game. That was a 17 assist game, the lowest of the season, comfortably the lowest of the season. I think everyone, most importantly, Mike Brown, believes that's not Kings basketball. Yeah. That's not the way Mike Brown wants them to play. He used a lot of terms like they didn't feel us in this game. They didn't do anything the way that they wanted to do. What stood out to you? Obviously, the Bucks their MO is on the defensive end, and Giannis, but they're a tremendous defensive team. What did you see in that Bucks game that obviously needs to be corrected in just about an hour when that ball goes in the air in Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kings settled. I think Fox settled. I thought he was trying to get himself into the game, and that didn't work. I thought that Malik Monk settled. He was really, really good in the first half, and then totally vanished in the second half, missed a bunch of shots in the second half. Mm-hmm. And if you take those two guys and you lose that production and that playmaking, you're going to be in a ton of trouble. And that's, those are their two primary ball handlers this year outside of Sabonis. And they're the guys who initiate everything. They're the guys who get in the paint and draw and kick. And when they're not drawing and kicking, and you're going to run into problems. And I think, if anything, you can't let a team like that dictate who and what you are the entire time. And that's what I felt. Like, that's one of the few times this year where the Kings just really, like, they were told what they were going to shoot and what they weren't by an opposing team. And you can't have a bunch of that. Again, the Kings bench, you talked about how the Cavs bench hasn't played well in the last couple of games. I mean, the Kings bench was horrible in that game. Outside of Monk, they only had 11 points and, a bunch of, 0 for 3s and 2 for 5s and, just not enough production at all out of the bench. So yeah, I think it really does come down to like the primary ball initiators, your Fox and your Monk. Like they've got to be good every night. And if one of them has an off night, that's okay because the other one seems to have picked the other one up. But when both of them when they combine for 3 assists, you're pretty much toast.
I heard a lot of people talking about this social media, or maybe even in the chat, but they were like, hey, this could be an opportunity. This should be an opportunity. This needs to be an opportunity to have a big Kevin Huerter game, right? Like, do you look at it that way? Like this is an opportunity for Kevin Huerter to maybe get that 24-25 that we know he's capable of and want to see him hit every now and then?
Yeah, it's really strange. They kind of went away from Kevin Huerter over the last like 2 weeks. And I know he struggled with a shot, but at the same time, I don't think he's been getting the same opportunities that he was before. And it's almost like in forcing Harrison Barnes to get going and forcing Keegan Murray to get going, that Keegan kind of took a back seat. And again, if you don't have Fox breaking down the defense and getting to the paint on a regular clip, and he has not been doing that for like the last 7 games, then you're going to have trouble. That's how Huerter gets his space, is by those guys drawing and kicking to him, and those guys drawing all of the attention to the middle of the key, and then him standing there waiting on the wing for a wide open look. I think teams are game planning a little bit more for Huerter, trying to take him away. But this is a game still where like he'll have an opportunity. There's an extra, 16, 17 shots that Fox usually takes that somebody's got to take. And why not him? Of course, Mitchell will take a few more of those, but why not Huerter? Why not Keegan Murray? Maybe even Malik Monk. Like, why not have him be a primary guy that goes for 30 tonight? That you're pushing for that. It's just everyone's got to step up when you lose your star.
Kevin Huerter shooting 35% since November 9th. Prior to that,
overall or from 3?
From 3. I'm sorry, from 3.
Yeah.
Does he shoot other shots besides 3? 35% from 3. Prior to November 9th, he was like 52%.
Yeah.
It all balances out.
People are making adjustments to what the Kings are doing. That's now. What's your counter?
That's a nice compliment as opposed to, come on, man, it's the Kings. Let's just go kick their ass and go to the club. Let's just go.
Let's kick their ass and go to Ricky's.
Yeah.
Let's go.
7th and J Street, downtown Sacramento. Club Ricky's.
It is it forever.
It'll be there forever. Like I know that. I know that live spiel by heart. It's a miracle I'm still alive, given some of the things that happened out on that corner. Keon Ellis, active with the team. Saw, I think, 1 minute and 18 seconds of him a couple of nights ago. Keep more Keon Ellis minutes tonight. I know you mentioned Delly's probably going to get some run. Delly's been really effective when he's been out there. But are the Kings going to use this road trip as an opportunity to see what Keon Ellis can do, or is he just kind of, he's a body? If we're getting blown out, we'll use him. If we really, really need him, we'll use him.
Mike Brown has a tendency to do things kind of off script. And I could see a situation where if Garland got Davion Mitchell in early foul trouble, or if he became like a major problem, that you could try that, especially, Dellavedova at 32 years old, he's not, and coming off of 5 years worth of injuries, he's not the fleetest of foot. He's not the most laterally quick guy that you're going to put out there and think that you can stop a guy like Garland. So if you need him, look, I think Keon Ellis has proven that he can play.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, unofficial. That was a pause, not a freeze.
Yeah, he's proven that he can play defense and he can knock down a 3. And if he
James
follows,
is the only one not amused by this. He absolutely hates this. Pisses him off every time. He just wants to talk Kings and answer the damn question, and we laugh when he freezes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, James.
It's all about the Wi-Fi here. I knew it was going to be an issue today. We had an issue watching the World Cup this morning. It's just like, oh, come on. So yeah,
That's all
weather.
you can with on the World Cup. I like Keon Ellis. Like
I do too.
I'm anxious to see him. I don't necessarily believe they need to experiment like too much here at this point, but I do like your idea. If for some reason Davion gets in trouble or foul trouble or something along those lines, I would like to see what he looks like in a meaningful stretch of basketball. Because I
Yeah,
really liked him. I loved watching him in preseason and all of that.
yeah. I think the best thing about Keon Ellis is this is exactly who he was in college. You're not asking him to do anything else. You're just asking him to go out there and be who he was. And that means, play defense, shoot the 3 ball, on occasion make a pass, on occasion get out on a break, but don't think you've got to be someone different. And that's not what they're doing at Stockton, and it's not what they're doing, what they're going to do if he gets any minutes here with the Kings. Just do exactly what you have become accustomed to as a player at the college level, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think that what you talked about with Keon Ellis applies for a lot of people tonight in general. A lot of people on that roster may feel like, hey, I got to step up because Fox is out and I got to do a little bit more. The only people that I'm really looking at that way are Malik, Herter, and Sabonis. Everybody else, you just do you. Do you. So Davion Mitchell, do what you do. Even Harrison Barnes.
We need a good Harrison night.
We need a good one, but it still could just be 15 plus.
That's a good Harrison night, isn't it?
Yeah. But I
don't want one of 4.
No,
is what I'm talking about.
If there's one of 4, I'm walking to Cleveland. And I'm gonna go to him.
Cut this.
I'm gonna be like, Harrison,
everybody.
What's going on?
I don't think they'll be in Cleveland by the time you get there.
I'll be like, Harrison, come on, man.
I have to walk to New York probably.
Well,
you love that. Kenny'd sign up for
those
that.
Those my people over there,
Hey, and I'll tell you this too. This could be one of those weird games where Mike looks over and says, you know what? Maybe this is a moment where Rashawn Holmes might be able to help us against a really, really long and athletic team. Maybe he's a guy that we can put on the floor and steal a few minutes and see if he's figuring things out, and kind of go from there. Because this team starts 2 legit 6'11", 7-foot dudes that are really, really difficult.
I feel like we've said that a couple of times this year, Hammer.
And the Kings
we've yet to see Rashawn Holmes.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm not against the idea. Like Trysta asked this earlier. Why is it mentality, defense, 3-point shooting? Like they just, we've presented this. I can't remember what the other team was, but we've talked about this before. Like maybe this is a matchup for Rashawn. It's never a matchup for Rashawn. It's like this just a guy that Mike Brown seemed, I don't think it's a stretch to he seemed eager or at least interested in having out on the floor. No longer does.
Yeah, we always talk about guys who are willing to accept their roles. And I think the way that Chimezie Metu has just accepted it, I don't think in spirit, but on the court, he fully is embracing who and what they want him to be. And that's all you can ask for. Again, he's versatile enough to go defend multiple positions on the perimeter. I don't think he's a lockdown defender by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not hoisting threes. He's figuring out how the passing game works and how the screen game works. This team doesn't even need you to be a great passer because all they do is DHOs, the dribble handoffs. So, if you can just sit there and be a quarterback and hand the ball off to a running back, that's what they're asking of you. And that's something that, again, it's not that Holmes can't do that. It's that every single time early in the season when he was on the court, he was a second late to get there. And he just kept getting offensive foul calls either on himself or on his teammate because he's not snapping it and getting into the offense quick enough. He's not getting into the defensive set quick enough. And so it's not that I think that he's being defiant or anything else. He's just not 100% locked into what's happening. And when you're playing this fast paced and you have an offense that's this potent, you have to do it. Especially the sacrifice thing, he's not going to get a bunch of pick and rolls. It's not the offense. And so figure out a different way to be effective.
Hey, one kind of side note thing or whatever the case may be. My guy, Trey Burke, signed with Stockton today. What you got any idea what that's all about?
No, I mean, I'm gonna guess that they're looking just for a veteran hand to get them through because, like, they're putting up numbers, but if you want to win a bunch of games at the G League level, you got to have a veteran that can lead the way and keep everything kind of cool and calm and on going the same direction. And remember, last year it was Quinn Cook. They did the same thing. They brought in Quinn. This year, Trey Burke is, he's a guy who's had a lot more experience in the league. But at the G League level, he should be a game changer. He should be really good at the G League level. And he can help a guy like Chimezi Metu. I mean, like Chima Moneki or Nemias Keita. He can help those guys continue their growth. And I think that might be what you're trying to do. You might have a guy who you really like, but who's young and doesn't know the ins and outs of the league and how exactly to take your guys to the next level. And Trey Burke should be one of those guys that if he just comes in and looks for a shot, then it's a waste of time. If he comes in and looks to make teammates better and really work with young guys, then it's worth whatever money you're spending on him.
Michigan legend, Trey Burke.
Okay. What happens tonight? What happens in 40 minutes when this game starts?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be almost dark. We're almost to that winter solstice, right?
Yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah, it just keeps getting dark.
Well, clouds are out there. It is dark.
Yeah, my son has soccer practice after school, and they start at 4, and by the time they're halfway through, it's pitch black, and they got to play under the lights. Tonight, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a close game, just like the last time these two teams played, and I think the Kings have a little bit of an advantage here, but they got to go out and show that they want it, and show that they're gonna grab a hold of this 6-game road trip and make some noise.
Kings win. Donovan Mitchell not being there is huge. Kings win tonight.
Yeah. I just tuning in. De'Aaron Fox is out too.
Yeah.
Okay. Kings
are a deeper team.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think the Kings have more depth than the Cleveland Cavaliers do. Big night from Rashawn. Big night from Domantas Sabonis tonight.
Need it.
Big night from Malik Monk tonight.
Need it.
And I want to see Kevin Huerter shoot well.
Need it.
Those are spoilers. That's happening.
If I'm Cleveland, I'm trying to take away Sabonis, which means those other guys have got to perform.
Malik gonna be
take away Sabonis though.
You shock him, you send a double team at him the whole time.
So that's what I mean. Like when he touches the ball, like
yeah,
I still think
clog the passing lanes with all that length around Sabonis. Collapse on him with all that length.
Go ahead, try that, JB. Try that. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us today. We appreciate you so much for being with us this week. Make sure you check out the amazing work that James Ham does over there at thekingsbeat.com. You could subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast on whatever podcast platform you prefer, or on the Kings Beat YouTube channel. Also, check out J Street Vibes. It is real. It is back. It is in full effect. It's dropping multiple episodes every week. Search J Street Vibes where you get podcasts from, and have a great weekend, man. Drink responsibly. We'll be back here Monday.
Go Kings, go Niners. Let's get it.
At noon on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. Like the beam. Oh, man, and we are done.
Done-ish.
Done.
Oh, son of a bitch. God damn it. You're a fucking liar. You're lying to me.
I wish you weren't a liar.
I wish you weren't a liar.
Yeah, you guys got more to do?
That's I drive a Dodge Stratus. What is it? It's an SNL skit. It's Will Ferrell. I wish you weren't a liar. Isn't that Will Ferrell?
I think.
It's an SNL. Maybe it's not an SNL.
It's an SNL. I'm positive it's an
I
SNL.
drive a Dodge Stratus. Oh, man. Yeah. I'm
you were
positive
a liar.
it's Will Ferrell SNL skit.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We've got to shut it down because freaking everybody around here is making us do more work. Kenny's making me work. Jesse's making me work. Bunch of crap. All right, man. We love you guys. Have a great weekend. Drink responsibly.
Stingers up, by the way, too.
All the way up.
And go Troy
Stingers up,
Taylor.
James.
Yeah, God,
Yeah,
Stingers
you know,
up, James.
I've got to do like the Aggies horn.
Do it,
I
James.
know. So
Would you
I
like
don't
to
do stingers up. I don't know what they do. I don't eat, and I don't do stingers up just because I'm a Davis guy.
Hater.
do?
All
Hater.
right. We'll see ya.